Good afternoon, honorable members. Honorable members, when we took the luncheon break, the honorable member for the Exomas and Ragged Island was making his contribution. The chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exomas and Ragged Island.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just before the break, I highlighted that the government is on a spree of record debt, record borrowing, record deficits, borrowing about $600 million. The national debt is in excess of $8 billion, borrowed an additional $1.3 billion this year, borrowed a total of $3 billion since coming to office. The deficit projected to be $677 million, now $700 million. The credibility deficit is up. People want to know what in the world the government is doing with all this money. The government has squandered contributions of a banner year in tourism. Transparency is just a fluffy word. It's a farce. It's a soapbox issue. And in fact, I want to reiterate that they've never laid the heads of agreement on the port as requested consistently by the member from Angliston. And they've never laid the Hurricane Irma report as requested at least 3 occasions by the member for Exoma. I challenged selective statistics from the member for East Grand Bahama, and we spoke about the increase in benefits for cabinet ministers, travel benefits, how...
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael on a point of order.
If the honorable member for Exoma is going to characterize any statistics that's been provided by the Minister of Finance as selective, then he has a duty to say what those statistics are and to say what is selective about them, because you cannot challenge something and put the honorable minister in a position where he does not know what to answer. So I'm sure that he will provide what he calls selective statistics.
Grateful, Mr. Speaker. I'm only recapping what was done earlier. It's well documented on the record earlier in exchange with the member for East Grand Bahama. And I appreciate you standing up for the member for East Grand Bahama. But I want to be absolutely clear that I'm doing a recap of everything that happened already. I talked about the increased travel benefits for cabinet ministers. I said it was insensitive. I said it was cruel. I said it was ill-timed on occasion when the Bahamian people are suffering. There was very selective amnesia when it came to the question of the Prime Minister speaking about salary increases for members. Many seem to have not remembered that conversation. The Prime Minister, I recall, made those contributions right here in Parliament.
Honorable member, I must intervene at that point, because as I indicated this morning, I don't recall the issue of increases in salary being discussed in this Parliament. And I would not have missed that.
I'm prepared to substantiate it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I accept an article written by Rashad Rule of the Tribune, November 6, 2017, where he said, and he quoted the Prime Minister, "I want to put the country on notice that at the next budget, I will come forward with a pay increase for the members of Parliament." He said, as debate wrapped up in the House of Assembly. Speaker, I lay that now. And Mr. Speaker, many of the members of the cabinet stood up and said that this never happened. And I challenge their selective amnesia, Mr. Speaker, as I lay it now. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker.
Order that the document be brought up.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, just a moment. Honorable member, I don't know if you recall when we had some incidents of persons tabling documents purportedly from newspapers that were either apparently drawn down or downloaded from a website, from the website,
Speaker, I have a
But-
better copy.
Do you have one
Yes,
reflecting the source?
absolutely, Mr.
Okay, well, I'll
In fact, the
prefer,
source is,
I'd prefer that one.
the source is reflected more clearly on this one, although the one I laid did reflect the source at the top, Mr. Speaker. I'm obliged to provide you with.
Honorable member, let me see that. I don't want you to put on the record that I'm indicating that something didn't reflect the source, and it did.
May I see that version again, Mr. Speaker?
I want to see the version.
Oh, yeah. You want to see this one again?
Yes.
I've asked her to skip for you, Mr. Speaker. It's going to be helpful. Mr. Speaker. Yeah, but are you all up under the podium, no? I come into you.
Honorable member,
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
with respect to this first one,
Uh-huh.
my position remains the same. I see this is making reference that a Tribune staff reporter made the report, but there's no reference to the source in terms of the Tribune itself or its website. That is the point I was making.
I understand your point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I proceed, Mr. Speaker?
Just a moment, honorable member.
Just to use bigger than this. What are you talking about?
Honorable member, in this instance, I'll accept this document, but please, in the future, this is hardly legible.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ensure that the record is satisfied, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
yes.
I want to make sure that the record. I want to make sure.
Order that the document don't lie on the table.
It was never late.
It was late, but they said they would bring another
No, no, it wasn't late. If you could check it.
Carry on, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exuma.
Thank you again, indeed, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to clear that matter up, Mr. Speaker, because I want the record of the House.
Yes. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro on a point of order.
The good member from Exuma is misleading this house. He didn't go through the entire article where the good prime minister says, it says that.
No.
I'm referring to the same source that he used.
Yeah, but
Speaker.
I've made
Document up.
Honorable member,
Put the date.
just a moment. Honorable member for Yamakro, just state the source and the date.
Mr. Speaker, this is an article by Mr. Rashad Rose, staff reporter for the Tribune.
You have an opportunity late when you speak.
No.
Honorable member for Exuma.
You recognize it, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
What is it? And it goes on, Mr. Speaker. And I will read from the article. At this time, Dr. Minister told the
Honorable member, just a moment. Pass me that article, please. Point me to the paragraph.
Speaker, I will go. It's one, because it starts off 3 years after opposing a salary increase, and it goes down 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, at about paragraph 7.
Okay.
$10.
The paragraph that begins in 2014?
No, at this time, Dr. Minister told
yes.
the Guardian that the FNM has not agreed to any salary increase. The FNM has agreed to an independent committee who would look at it, but under these austerity measures that we're seeing today and hard times that Bahamians are experiencing, the FNM cannot agree, even if the report comes back, cannot agree at this particular time for an increase when many people outside are suffering and cannot pay their bills.
Mr. Speaker.
No, but I can go and print this, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the member for Exuma has adopted this document.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I've laid it on the table.
It's in my possession.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Both what the member for Exuma said is in the article and both what the member
Hey, go
for
and print-
Yamakro
Bring it back.
said is in the article.
Yeah.
In this document.
And
Do I have the
Speaker.
Do I have the floor, Mr. Speaker?
Speaker, we can all.
Do I have the floor, Mr.
But I'm
Speaker?
still.
Honorable member, are you finished with your point?
No, Mr. Speaker.
You sit down. You sit down.
No, you don't tell big man like me sit down.
No, I'm not telling
Now you-
Man, you
Honorable members, honorable members, both members cannot be on the feet at the same time.
Speaker has the floor. And you don't tell me.
Please,
You out of order. You out of order.
The speaker
honorable members.
Now, that's the master proceeding.
Honorable member for Yamakro, are you completed? The chair
I have
recognizes,
the greatest respect for
honorable member, the chair recognizes the honorable member for Yamakro.
Speaker. I have the greatest respect for everybody in this house. But you don't tell big man like me, sit down. It don't work that way. It don't work that way, Mr. Speaker. And I don't fear anybody in here. And Mr. Speaker, now I'm saying that I know the intellectual ability of my colleague. And he would not have just scanned through this document. He saw the full thing. He's sharp. So he deliberately attempted to mislead this house. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
The speaker, let me just close this point. And then I move on. All members of this house fully recalled the Prime Minister saying in this honorable Parliament, I will refresh your memory, I want to put the country on notice, etc. I quoted it earlier, right? And to put in context the member for Yamakro's comment, Mr. Speaker, I have high regard for the member for Yamakro as well, Mr. Speaker. And sometimes, calm heads must prevail. But, Mr. Speaker, it is possible that the member is accurate in his assessment, because after the Prime Minister made those comments, there was a flurry, there was a firestorm in the debate on social media. And then
Honorable member. Honorable member for Exuma.
My time is running, please, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, please don't say that to the chair. Honorable member, I accepted your document. I accepted what you quoted, and I accepted what the member for Yamakro quoted. But now, honorable member, I am not going to permit you to continue to proceed to still suggest that what was actually read in the document was not correct. That is what you are doing now.
Mr. Speaker, we're okay on the point. We're okay.
We're not okay on the point. What I am about to do now, honorable members, the chair is speaking. What I'm about to do now is to expunge any subsequent statement with respect to the article by the member for the Exumas and Ragged Island. The chair is satisfied that the quote from the member for Exumas and Ragged Island was correctly quoted from the article that he tabled, and also that the quote in response by the member for Yamakro is accurate. And both quotes were in the same article. So I am not going to permit you to make it appear as if there was a time lapse between the two.
Mr. Speaker,
That is,
Mr. Speaker, I want to move on from the point. Mr.
yes,
Speaker.
please do.
Mr. Speaker, but there is a suggestion that somehow I misled this Parliament, Mr. Speaker. I take my credibility very seriously. And I invite the member, Mr. Speaker, to read that article again. And he will see that those remarks he's referring to is 2014. I want to move on, Mr. Speaker. And I'm grateful for your guidance on it. When he speaks, he can apologize if he wishes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Hold on a minute. Honorable member, the clerk, pass me that article, please.
Of the committee. Yes. Read the article, man.
We seem to say two different things at the time. There's something one time, there's something 3 years later.
No.
That's more damaging to the position.
No.
You change the position thoroughly. It's like the bus and everything else.
Okay, in future, honorable members, whenever you table a document, please give the source and the date. The date of this document, just for the record, is November 6, 2017.
Yeah, but Mr. Speaker, I want to move on.
You're talking about what he
I
said.
want to move on, Mr. Speaker.
Supporting him.
The comments
Prime Minister is supporting him.
referred to by the member for Yamakro was said in 2014. And I move on, Mr. Speaker, because I have a substantive point to raise. It's about corruption, Mr. Speaker. Because this has been a soapbox issue, particularly by the member of Kalani. But Transparency International says the Bahamas dropped from 28 to 29 in 2019 compared to 2018. They noted further that in 2019, the Global Corruption Barometer survey, that 45% of respondents thought that the Bahamas became more corrupt in the preceding 12 months. And then a report in the Tribune last month said the Bahamas rated high in a bad way on bribery under this administration. And when I reflect on these rants on corruption, including some comments in the international community, I can't help think but Proverbs 23:7 that proclaims, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. Mr. Speaker, let me be very clear.
Honorable member, the member for St. Anne's. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's on a point of order.
In listening to that, and I want the member to correct it, I took from what he said that he was alleging that the member for Kalani was corrupt. Now, I'd like him to clarify that issue and deny that's what he said or substantiate it. Because he went on to say, he is, which no, it doesn't matter the quote, he could quote whatever he wants. The impression he gave to me as a member of parliament was he was, by sleight of hand, which he's very good at, we just proved that, was alleging that the member for Kalani is corrupt. So kindly clarify that, and then I'll make my other comments.
Like Mr. Speaker,
You guys are trying to get me to join you.
They're trying to recruit them. Sounds like he's considering it. They're trying to recruit them. They need some more to join Dr. Dowell.
Mr. Speaker, I do not mince my words. I never said what the member for St. Anne's is suggesting. I made specific comments about international ratings on corruption. I completed that thought. And for the satisfaction of the member, let me insert, before I quote that script again, let me insert this. This member is very clear on this issue. This member has a zero tolerance for corruption. So let me be very clear. And let me be also clear that what the member for St. Anne's is implying or asserting, I never said. So my words are very clear. But I close this point by quoting the scripture, Proverbs 23:7, that proclaims, as a man thinketh in his heart, so is he. And I move on. I digressed on the issue of lack of transparency. But let's turn our attention back to the numbers. So let's go back to the numbers. The government says we have Dorian to thank for the new position we find ourselves in. It appears that one disaster has led to another. Let's look at the numbers. Last month, the Minister of Finance 20 weeks after the passage of Hurricane Dorian, came and essentially told us the alarming news that the government is still not in a position to definitely state what its borrowing program will be. Let us contrast this with the aftermath of Hurricane Matthew, when the last administration set out a definitive borrowing plan in a matter of days and debated it in short order. The tabling of the resolution from the Caribbean Development Bank loan in this place for a policy-based loan, in my view, is an indictment of the Minister of Finance and his stewardship of that ministry. The priority, in my view, should have been to begin the debate on the borrowing resolution, as the government cannot function without cash, which in my opinion is in short supply because of what I've noticed with respect to delayed payments of vendors.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama. On a point of order?
The member makes a very, very significant charge. And I invite him to correct me if I'm wrong. He said something about dereliction of duties. Mr. Speaker, that's a very serious charge. And yeah, I'm listening very carefully. I'm very carefully. You know, because
Honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, that is a very serious charge. And I would ask the member to retract that or rephrase it. But that is a very serious statement to make, because it implies that this minister is somehow negligent or not doing his job. And unless he can prove that, he needs to withdraw it, Mr. Speaker. That's a very serious thing to say.
Mr. Speaker.
The fact of the matter is, the government has continued with its plan. Not their plan, not on their time. We are managing the affairs of this government.
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member for
And we've not run out of cash. I don't know what the member's speaking about.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable member,
Mr. Speaker,
with respect to the point of order raised by, you deny saying what.
say what he said, Mr. Speaker. I never said what he said. Mr. Speaker.
That's not so? No. All right. No.
Mr. Speaker.
Continue. Honorable member for the Exumas.
Do I have the floor, Mr. Speaker?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the member is attributing words to me that I never said. What I indicated was that after Hurricane Matthew, the minister perhaps can acquaint himself with what was done relative to what's being done now in terms of the timeliness of laying out the borrowing program. In my view, Mr. Speaker, the CDB loan represents less than 10% of the funding the minister claims he needs. Keep in mind that there's also an existing facility in place for $100 million, yet the government only wants to access 80 million of that facility. Although I specifically recall, and that 80 million isn't fully drawn yet, Mr. Speaker, although I fully recall the Prime Minister indicating that this was for immediate relief, and we are now, I believe, 25 weeks after the Hurricane Dorian period. We would have expected, in my view, the minister to share with the public what issues are preventing the government from getting access to those urgently needed funds, whilst people are suffering, Mr. Speaker. I speak on behalf of the people, you know, Mr. Speaker. Speak on behalf of the people. The people are suffering. And the people are suffering. And the people want to know that if the government has committed them to borrowing $100 million, why it hasn't yet been drawn. That's what the people want to know. People have a lot of questions for this government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reasons for the delay must be clear. And this morning I spoke about the IMF and its offer for $200 million. And I believe it may have been lost somehow in translation because the minister was speaking so often, Mr. Speaker. But my question to the minister was whether there is contemplation of accepting the $200 million as offered by the IMF. Also this morning, Also this morning, we spoke about revenues. And he indicated his revenues are, in fact, better than last year. I can see it, but they're not on target. But the minister did not indicate whether there were any significant, substantial one-offs in those numbers. For example, stamp duty on a huge transaction in Grand Bahama. So, Mr. Speaker, I concluded, Mr. Speaker, that when we compare like with like, when we look at revenues, the government is generally behind its targets. And then, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I made a statement, and I went at great lengths, and I think I repeated it at least 3 times, that anybody can go on to the government's budget website and see exactly where revenue is, what we earned in every category of revenue. I invite the member to please go and look. Go and look. So he can inform his colleagues, inform his constituents properly. Mr. Speaker, again, with respect to the IMF, while I'm on my feet, I said earlier, as outlined in the statement from the IMF following their visit, they advised that the Bahamas can take advantage of a loan, a rapid response loan from the IMF, separate from any restructuring or any conditioned loan or operation at very concessional rates. The fact of the matter is very concessional rates. But that the Bahamas had not yet and does not contemplate taking up the loan. The IMF is aware. We've had this conversation. We've had conversations about this.
Thank you, honorable member.
But again, I don't. Speaker, we need to be a little more responsible in this.
I let him leave you alone.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Exomus and Ragged Island.
Leave you alone, please.
Mr. Speaker.
That's what I'm saying, you know.
Mr. Speaker.
So is Brutus.
There's a deep underlying question of transparency, lack of transparency by this administration, Mr. Speaker. The government expects us to put the $16.5 million allocated for temporary housing and related facilities in Grand Bahama. There are many questions surrounding these issues, Mr. Speaker, but the government has said that that project, which costs $6.4 million, is to be funded fully by donated funds, Mr. Speaker. The communication speaks about money.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Again, just to correct,
Honorable member.
I do not think that anybody, myself or the Minister for
Honorable member for Exuma.
Operation Preparedness, said anything to the extent that the temporary housing was going to be solely funded by donated funds. Didn't say that. We did say that those funds would go towards temporary housing, as it is.
Thank you.
Just, Mr. Speaker, the minister can just lay the reports, provide the details, provide the Dorian report details, the donor details, the IRMA details, all of the details I requested earlier, Mr. Speaker. Just provide the details, be transparent, lay it on the table. There can be no confusion about what you say and didn't say when you lay the reports. The government has allocated 11 million. We're talking about the $100 million they're borrowing. 11 million for unemployment.
Wasn't on the roof.
But then, Mr. Speaker, I question what percentage is actually being picked up by the National Insurance Board.
Senator what?
Mr. Speaker. And I'll give you a copy of my presentation, and you can answer all the questions when you wrap up.
No, I
You
won't
seem to have a lot of questions.
I won't answer it.
You should be providing the answers,
Yeah,
Mr. Speaker.
ask the
The
question.
government must provide the answers to the questions that the people are asking.
I want to.
Mr. Speaker. The government has not, on the issue of the Grand Bahama Airport. I'll come back to this because I know there's been some very recent discussion, and I know the leader is going to cover it as well. But the Bahamian people want full transparency surrounding whatever deals the government may strike on behalf of the Bahamian people. We have experience with this government being outgunned and fleeced by Hutchinson in Grand Bahama in relation to the Lukai resort. There's now discussion about a deal or maybe not a deal in relation to the airport. And we want to assist this government. We want to assist them in ensuring that we get the right deal on the behalf of the Bahamian people. And I hope that this time, at least, they leave the toilet paper and the hand dryers for this government, Mr. Speaker. There is money allocated. There's money allocated. This is a deal. There's a deal you struck. You struck this deal. You struck this deal on behalf of the Bahamian people. You struck the deal on behalf of the Bahamian people. You struck a bad deal on behalf of the Bahamian people. And you must accept responsibility for it now. You must accept responsibility. That's what happened. It's what happened.
That's called inventory.
Right? It's called inventory. And then, Mr. Speaker, then there's money. There's money for electrification of the islands, Mr. Speaker. And it's easy to assume that this is in relation to Abaco. But I can't assume nothing. This government has been less than transparent. So we want to know whether assistance is being given for East Grand Bahama, fighting on his behalf now, to get power to the people who continue to suffer in East Grand Bahama. We know that this is Emera's responsibility, we believe, but we want to know whether any of this is being provided to offer the assistance. And then, Mr. Speaker, it's with great distress that after 25 weeks after Dorian, I turn on the tap in Freeport and out comes salt water. The government has a responsibility to ensure that the private utility providers provide services and utilities that's up to the standard of consumption for the Bahamian people. And if they don't do it, the government no doubt has tools to ensure that it is done. So my question there is whether some of that money it's disgraceful, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely disgraceful. My question, therefore, is whether the government is intervening in this matter. And I heard the member for East Grand Bahama talk about no new taxes, he says. Mr. Speaker, I heard him, Mr. Speaker, but this government is less than transparent. We want, Mr. Speaker, that this government lay out a long-term plan. Because in my view, the indications and the indicators that I see in the fiscal strategy report, the level of decay in the fiscal environment cannot be sustained or continued. Now, maybe, Mr. Speaker, this minister will come back and he will blame the EU and the OECD for putting in place a corporate tax. But I suspect, Mr. Speaker, that this will be of the minister's own making. That's my prediction. I also predict that by the time this government leave office, the national debt will be in the region of $10 billion on the rate that you're going. You already project in your estimates, Mr. Speaker. You already project in your estimates, Mr. Speaker.
Read those numbers, man. Read those numbers.
And I invite the minister to familiarize himself with the document. You already project,
What do you say?
Mr. Speaker,
Those numbers.
that by the year 2022, 2023, the national debt will be $9.24 billion.
Keep down your numbers there.
And I'm saying that this minister has gotten projections wrong before. And I'm saying that he says 9.2. I think it's going to be 10 billion. Because this is the modus operandi of this government. It's the MO.
just a moment, honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island. Members in the gallery are not permitted to make comments, particularly directed at other members within this chamber. The next time it happens, that will be the last time we see you for the rest of this session. The chair recognizes the honorable member for the Exumas and Ragged Island.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I move on from these numbers. And I turn my attention back to BPL. Because, as I mentioned earlier, I'm deeply concerned about it.
That's the old boy. That's the old.
There's money allocated in this midterm budget for BPL to buy an engine or something to that effect. Mr. Speaker, after many gyrations before, whenever we bring up BPL in this place or scandals involving the termination of the board, we are told the matters before the court. Fair enough. Now,
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael on a point of order.
Speaker, the honorable member knows better than that. But since he's done it, if he wants to speak about anything that's before the court in this place, he can do it. The facts are that I was sued. The Minister of Public Works and the Minister responsible for BPL was sued over a year ago. And it took more than a year for the plaintiffs to come to court with pleadings. We are ready to go into courts. We are ready to do what we have to do. I'm prepared to go. And anytime you want to speak about any of that litigation, I'm prepared to speak about it.
Honorable member, no, I am not going to permit that.
I'm not speaking about it. I'm not speaking.
Honorable member, just a moment, honorable member for Exuma. Honorable member for Carmichael, that one slipped me. I didn't realize that he was speaking to a matter that was before the courts. But let everyone, all members, should be fully aware of the sub judice rule. As a matter of fact, I was just reading in the Powers and Privileges Act with respect to the jurisdiction of the courts on matters that are part of the proceedings of Parliament, that the courts have no jurisdiction in this place. Likewise, we should not interfere with any proceedings that are before the courts. So be guided accordingly.
Speaker, the only thing I want to say,
Honorable member.
since that has risen, the only thing I want to say is that litigation was filed over a year ago. And just this week, almost a year and a half, a year and 3 months, that's when I've got the statement of claim. Okay? Because you keep speaking about it. You keep raising it.
Say nothing about it. Mr. Speaker.
You keep raising it.
Mr. Speaker.
And I fully intend to deal with it.
Honorable members, move on, please.
Mr. Speaker, all I've said, the matter is before the court, and I'm not speaking about it. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and then I said, Mr. Speaker, when the issue of the bond came up, there was a question of silence because the matter was before the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission. And all I'm saying is we are lacking details on important issues, right? That's all we're saying, Mr. Speaker. The chairman of BPL recently said the average rate is going to go up by 15%. I predicted that here. I predicted that for Charlotte. You may have written that down too. But the minister responsible said it's going to be $20 to $30. I said, no. It's going to be 15% at minimum.
The chair
Watch
recognizes
out, wrote it down.
the honorable member for Carmichael on a point of order.
Speaker, I spoke in this house, and I have too much respect for Exuma to see him deliberately misleading his house the manner which he's doing. I spoke in this house about the average rate that a bill would go up. And I indicated that the legislation, the formula is set in the legislation. That legislation was drafted. That legislation that we debated was drafted by the former administration. That formula is set in the legislation. And the point of order is that the honorable member for Exuma, who I have high regard for, continues to deliberately deliberately mislead the South.
So leader of the opposition, you agree?
Mr. Speaker, the point I am making is that this government has not been fully transparent. The Bahamian people want detailed information on many of these transactions that's being played out in the press. We come and we borrow additional money to buy an engine for BPL after we've come here a few weeks earlier and we got approval for a bond in the region of 600 million. What I'm saying is we requested the business plan for BPL. It's never been laid. We saw the power secure plan, but the minister never laid the business plan. There's no discernible strategy. And what we're seeing is decisions that's dizzying, it's haphazard, it's ad hoc, it lacks transparency. And all I'm saying is, you're the government of transparency, you say. Bring the details, bring the plan. Mr. Speaker, in relation to the economic prospects, it has been clear, the Bahamian people want details. The Bahamian people want the details. Helping you out. It has been clear for some time to anyone with ears or eyes to hear that 2020 is likely going to shape up to be a rough one for us. The government's own estimates points to declining rate of growth versus previous projections. The recent central bank report clearly states that growth will be subdued in 2020, with rebuilding post-hurricane set to be countered by increased imports to support that and a reduction in tourism capacity as a result of events in Grand Bahama and Abaco. Employment conditions are projected to dampen, noted the central bank. On the fiscal front, costs associated with the reconstruction of lost infrastructure, replacement of fixed assets, and social welfare support following the storm we expected to weigh on the government's budget. Funds from reinsurance, receipts and donations from local and international institutions should defray some costs. However, most of the fiscal gap will likely be sourced from domestic and external borrowing. The bank says an overall outturn for 2020 is projected to feature a net contraction in balances. This, generally speaking, in my view, is not good news. Bahamians have a hard time now finding work, generally struggling. This administration, in my view, has disadvantaged them by taking more out of their pockets through a massive increase in VAT. The latest effort by the government to crush an already burdened middle class, now coming in the form of a real property tax reevaluation that I've asked the minister before to look at. In many instances, Mr. Speaker, property tax bills have jumped by tens of thousands of dollars. The people want a further examination on these matters. Their properties now assessed at values that they cannot get on the open market. Government.
Just a moment. The chair recognizes the honourable member for East Grand Bahama on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the real property tax rates have not increased.
Did you say that?
Mr.
I never
Speaker,
said that.
Mr. Speaker, we indicated in this House that there is a reassessment of all properties on Eastern Nassau, New Providence, to ensure that there is a proper role. Mr. Speaker, the values that are being assigned to these properties are based upon market value. It is being done independently, and it is being done in cross-reference to property values, last sales, appraisals, engineering studies, to make sure that we have a real indicative value of what the property is. And so you will find, Mr. Speaker, that some properties will go down and some properties will go up. But at the end of the day, we will have a proper registry of properties and proper values assigned to those properties, so that taxes is being paid fairly, so that people, I was going to say, but some people across the way will pay their proper tax. That's it.
Thank you,
Simple as that.
honorable member.
Mr. Speaker, again, the member quotes or purports to quote things I didn't say. And I invite him to listen more clearly, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move on. I recap the issue by saying the people.
Excuse me, from the clerk's desk, the clock is not moving. Make sure it's moving before you move.
God works in mysterious ways, Mr. Speaker.
He got almost 5,000 to a follower in it now.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my concern is that if the government could not collect 400 million in outstanding property taxes previously, what make them think they will collect even more? With the greatest respect to the minister, I'm inviting him to look again at his projections, examine again the policies and procedures in relation to real property taxes and the methodologies being deployed, because the middle class is concerned. The people are concerned. Mr. Speaker, where does the government imagine that the empowerment of the middle class and people of the Bahamas will come from when it consistently tax, borrow, Mr. Speaker, at levels that need to be repaid by the Bahamian people? If no new taxes now, Mr. Speaker, because the elections are on the horizon, at some point, Mr. Speaker, this extensive borrowing must be repaid. The Bahamian people must repay it. Mr. Speaker, what we see in the mid-year budget and the fiscal snapshot is very telling. I've indicated before that I am very concerned about some of the indications or the indicators that I see. We see record borrowing, record deficit. We believe that too much borrowing, Mr. Speaker, is being done at this time in the wake and under the umbrella, proverbial umbrella, of what we are currently facing in this environment, Mr. Speaker. We pray for the Bahamian people. We pray for the Bahamas. In particular, we pray for those who suffered under Dorian and those who suffered more under the F&M administration. For the Progressive Liberal Party administration will bring more sanity to the governance of this country, Mr. Speaker. We will bring real innovation, technology, e-business, creating more efficiency, and making it actually easier to do business. We want tangible improvements. We don't just want good ratings. We want ratings supported by tangible improvements, Mr. Speaker. I found it rather distressing, Mr. Speaker, that I understand that some persons are seeking to see how we can artificially improve ratings, Mr. Speaker. But I've discussed the matter with the minister, Mr. Speaker, and he has assured me that we will work hand in hand on tangible improvements in the ease of doing business. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, we will effect real and meaningful improvements, and the PLP administration will implement an aggressive growth strategy. Thirdly, We will relaunch the National Development Plan, engaging all Bahamians, including the Bahamian diaspora, to deploy the best ideas for long-term sustainability. 4, we will focus and support new industries and more effectively manage and regulate and harness our natural resources for the benefit of the Bahamian people. And 5, as I have said before, that we believe small and medium-sized businesses create jobs, create opportunities, create wealth, and we will invest $250 million in 5 years. 6, we will work with financial services industry to appropriately pivot to remain buoyant, relevant, and feasible. And 7, we will dedicate our time and energy and resources not on fluffy words or good words that turn out to be fluffy, like transparency and accountability, Mr. Speaker, but we will work to create jobs and opportunities and to improve the quality of life for all. Our people have suffered enough from the bad decisions and the bad policies of this F&M administration. So we can stand up, we can heckle all we want, we cannot answer the questions of the people. We can say out of one side of our mouth that it's the people's time, and then we can ignore their concerns. We can heckle and we can laugh, and we can stand up like popcorn. Yes. But the reality is, I speak on behalf of the people. And, Mr. Speaker, we pray for the people of the Bahamas. We pray for our Bahamas. And we pray that God will continue to bless and rescue the Bahamian people. And that God will continue to bless the people of Exuma and Ragged Island and the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The Chair recognizes the Honorable Member for East
Thank you, Mr.
Bahama.
Speaker. I just had to address one point. Besides the fact that the Bible says prayer without works is dead. So thanks for the prayers, but let's probably get some work done. How about that? Mr. Speaker, the member just referenced the ease of doing business report. And I just wanted to clarify what the government's efforts are in respect to the ease of doing business. The ease of doing business ranks certain criteria across different regions. No, there's not a rebuttal. I'm just trying to explain this because you raised the point. All right. And what it is, Mr. Speaker, every country no. This is just no.
Honorable members, honorable members, honorable members, honorable member for Mango Key, South and Central Andes. Just a moment, please. Let me explain the position of the chair. The chair acceded to the member for East Grand Bahama. The precedent has been set in this place. And it was set just after I left the chair early this morning, right? And so I was just simply giving the member for East Grand Bahama an opportunity to bring clarity. And honorable member, be brief.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I just want to be brief. No, I'm bringing I'm bringing clarity to
Honorable member.
No.
The chair recognizes the member for Mangrove Key, South and Central
Thank you, Mr.
Andres, on a point of
Mr.
order.
Speaker.
Give it to the PM.
Seriously, this is helpful. The member for the Exumas and Ragged Island deliberation would have lasted almost 3.5 hours. And it was nothing but to do to the consistent intervention and clarifications, especially primarily by the member for East Grand Bahama, a good friend of mine. By the same token, Mr. Speaker, the member for East Grand Bahama, who serves in the capacity as Minister of Finance, is also going to be wrapping up this session of Parliament. And so it's going to be wrapping up this debate, sorry, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, he and the Prime Minister would have the final say. So then, Mr. Speaker, he has the right to take notes and copious notes. But I think also at the time he could address these issues that are outstanding instead of following this precedent is now trying to set by chance, trying to answer all of those concerns that he have at this time. That's my view, Mr. Speaker. I think we should be careful as we move forward in this proceeding, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker. And noted, honorable member for East Grand Bahama. You have a minute, 1 minute.
So quickly, Mr. Speaker, the ease of doing business, as I said, scores various points across the participants in the survey. Every country does its best to try and address the specific points that are raised as they each have a value, a score value. And so you will have various entities that are working to try and address those points, whether it's legislative changes that are to be made, whether it's regulatory changes to be made, process changes to be made, whatever. And so we have an ease of doing business committee that is working on this specifically. And so yes, they're doing surveys, they're contacting companies, they're contacting people who would be participants in the surveys to coordinate the response. Because a lot of times we find that people who answer these questions don't have full command of the facts. And so there's not coaching. And Mr. Speaker, I just came from Barbados. They're engaged in exactly the same exercise. Exactly the same exercise. Okay? So this is not unusual. This is not, I mean, if you think that these rankings just happen, then you're being very naive. I'm not pushing anybody. I mean, listen, you know.
Honorable members, honorable members.
Mr. Speaker, anyway, at the end of the day, the Bahamas is not doing anything unethical, or nor is it doing anything illegal. It is doing the best to ensure that the issues that contribute to where we are weak in the ease of doing business, that we are in fact addressing those issues so that we can improve our ratings overall. And at the end of the day, make it easier to do business in the Bahamas, both for foreign and domestic businesses.
Thank you, honorable member.
Me at all.
That's many. Chair recognizes the member for Mount Moriah.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 30 minutes is a very short time. And so I want to make certain that I take that 30 minutes to speak about what we're doing. I just would like to remind the good member for Exuma that we can come here, we can pontificate, we can vacillate, and we can gyrate. But Exuma, let me caution you, you know that we all have a history. And I recommend you, but I can lecture you anyway, because I'm on my feet. It's my time now. It's my time now that you come here.
Members, Exuma.
Say, I'm on the floor. So you come here, vacillate, you gyrate, and you pontificate. But your party have a legacy. And the Bahamian people are quite aware of the legacy of that party. So you are here standing on your feet saying what y'all will do when you return to power. After after having
Members, the member for Mount Moriah has the floor. You don't be here for another 3 hours on this.
after having overseen the most disastrous government in the history of this region. Now you want us to stand here and to believe that all of a sudden overnight that you have changed? Shame on you, Exuma. Shame on you. That's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to waste time. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I deemed it a privilege. I deemed it a privilege.
Members, one second, Mount Moriah. One second, members, Exuma, Yamakura. I'm not going to sit in this chair and allow y'all to scream across this floor to be here for 2 hours on a 30-minute speech. It's not going to happen. So, Mr. Sergeant at Arms, stand ready.
Please.
The chair recognizes the member for Mount Moriah.
Please, you save the time, sir. Mr. Speaker, that's all I have to say. Exuma. Mr. Speaker, I deem it a privilege again to rise in this honorable House as I make my contribution to the 2019-2020 midterm budget debate. Mr. Speaker, I am grateful that I can stand here today, and I am eternally grateful for God's blessings, which are also reflective in the support of my dear wife, Stacy, and my children, my son, Joshua, and my daughter, Kai. In almost 3 years, it has almost been 3 years that the great people of the great constituency of Mount Moriah would have elected me to serve as their representative in this honorable House. For this, I am eternally grateful. I wish at this time to take this opportunity to thank the Free National Movement Council of the great constituency of Mount Moriah, the associations of Yellow Elder Gardens, Millennium Gardens, and Stapleton Gardens for their unwavering love and support and their unselfish commitment to the betterment of their community. And before I get into my remarks, Mr. Speaker, I think it's appropriate at this time to congratulate Mr. Jermaine Williams and the members of the Immortals Junkanoo group out of the great community of Yellow Elder. It's a big group, Mr. Speaker, and they had the opportunity over the Christmas and the New Year's to parade downtown Bay Street. I would just like to take this opportunity to say how proud I am of those young men and women of that great community. And I would wish to encourage them and to let them know that their member of parliament is 100% behind them and will do whatever he can within the sphere of his power and authority to ensure that they continue to succeed. Again, Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I failed to acknowledge the young and amazing band that we refer to as the Mount Moriah Transformers. I would like to express my gratitude and the gratitude of our entire constituency to Superintendent Barrett and ASP Campbell and all of those who continue to lend their support from within the constituency of Mount Moriah to those young men and women who incidentally are from other communities. But they continue to demonstrate through their performances that they are indeed ready and are preparing themselves to be a part of the next generation. And I applaud them. Mr. Speaker, as I rise in this honorable House to present the midterms budget report, I do so in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, which impacted thousands of lives in both Abaco and Grand Bahama. Hurricanes such as Dorian are expected to occur more frequently and with greater intensity. There is also constant threat from the rise in sea level and its impact on coastal concentrated agricultural land and infrastructural development. In addition, it is expected that global climate change will have a direct effect or impact on coral reefs, fisheries, and yes, even food production. There should be both cause for concern and a sense of urgency because the devastating effects of a natural disaster last long after a storm would have passed. Mr. Speaker, to date, Hurricane Dorian is the most powerful tropical cyclone in modern times to make landfall in the Bahamas. The lives of over 70,000 permanent residents were changed by a cruel and most catastrophic storm to ever make landfall in our nation. In the aftermath of the storm, we have witnessed many Bahamians left stunned and uprooted, searching for loved ones and grieving for those dead and or lost, and searching for meaning in a tragedy that seemed so random and vengeful. Over the last 5 months, we have also witnessed so many endured a kind of desperation that no citizen of this great Bahama land should ever have to know. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in the days following the devastating hurricane, many residents in the affected areas were in need of food and water, shelter, and vulnerable due to emotional distress and sheer shock of the unimaginable experience. Following both sorrow and outrage had been manifestation of courage and generosity by the entire Bahamas, our regional and international partners, all of whom displayed humanity at its best. Both the Defense Force and police forces, along with other first responders, rescued hundreds of persons from flooded and devastated neighborhoods. Government, religious bodies, civic, and other humanitarian organizations and families welcomed the distress as brothers, sisters, and neighbors. Many of our law enforcement personnel were also victims, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and despite being directly impacted, they were healers with a sense of duty greater than their own loss and suffering. When I met Ms. Pinder in Freeport, her home was completely flooded, but she and her children were actively participating in distributing food and water and other supplies to those affected on eastern Grand Bahama. Abaconians were among those that had lost so much and have suffered so much. Despite having limited resources, they allowed me, with great humility, to witness their spirit and an inner strength that was determined to survive all the hurt. A faith in a higher being that resonated, the belief that no storm can take away a powerful self and communal determination to clear the ruin and rebuild stronger than before. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the Royal Bahamas Police Force. I now present a midterm review for this agency under my remit, and I begin with the Royal Bahamas Police Force, which is the primary public safety agency. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that going into our third year in office, every single one of our government's commitments to crime, the vast majority, as articulated in our manifesto, have been achieved or is in the final stages of being executed. This despite the police force sustaining catastrophic losses in both Abaco and Grand Bahama due to Dorian. Mr. Speaker, in 2019, the police commissioner and his office continued to be successful in translating our government's crime agenda into effective operational strategies. They did this in spite of the devastating losses for the police in both Abaco and Grand Bahama. Hurricane Dorian severely impacted the facilities and equipment of the RBPF. in both Grand Bahama and Abaco, with an estimated cost of some $5.3 million. The entire police vehicle fleet and communications infrastructure on those islands were lost during the passage of the storm. After the initial loss, assessment of some $5.4 million, it will take an additional $3.7 million for a grand total of $9.1 million. This will enable the Royal Bahamas Police Force to better position to face similar challenges such as Dorian. Given the extent, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of the devastation on both islands, the law enforcement human resource impact on the capital alone has been significant. On Abaco alone, police are having to rotate in excess of 100 officers on a monthly basis to ensure that those officers assigned to the island of Abaco receive adequate rest. The month of September in 2019 was especially challenging for police officers, as they had to move a greater number of officers over shorter periods in a very fluid environment. This explains the increase during the month of 2019. The power of this monster storm, however, was no match for the courage and resilience and perseverance of our brave heroes in uniform. Let there be no doubt that Hurricane Dorian tested the leadership, management, and strategic capabilities of our uniform agencies, unlike anything we have ever seen before. But they rose to the occasion. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that for the second year in a row, the number of murders fell below the 100 mark. The 95 recorded murders is slightly higher than the year before, which was 91. The current number is still too high according to our government standards. However, it indicates the fact that serious crime figures are trending downward and is moving in the right direction. According to crime figures released by the Commissioner of Police, overall crime figures in 2019 decreased to 3,404 incidents from 3,646 incidents in 2018. This reflects an overall decrease of some 7%. Decreases were also observed in a number of areas of crimes against persons, including rape, which is down from 37 compared to 55 recorded in 2018. So this reflects a 33% decrease. Meanwhile, attempted rape is down to 7 incidents in 2019 compared to 11 incidents in 2018. This reflects a 36% decrease, and a testament that our proactive strategies are reflecting incremental progress. In 2018, there were 108 incidents of robbery recorded, while there were 95 incidents in 2019, and this reflects a 12% decrease. Crimes against property are also down by some 9%, as only 2,508 incidents occurred in 2019 compared to 2,762 incidents, which were recorded in 2018. This included burglary, which is down by some 18%, as 113 incidents were recorded in 2019 compared to 138 incidents in the previous year. Housebreaking is down by some 22%, as 684 incidents were recorded in 2019 compared to some 879 recorded in 2018. Meanwhile, shopbreaking is down by 8%, as 495 incidents were recorded in 2019 compared to 539 incidents in 2018. stolen vehicles is also down by some 25%, as 283 incidents were recorded in 2019 compared to 375 in 2018. Mr. Deputy Speaker, law enforcement officers continue to rid our streets of weapons. In 2019, a total of 359 illegal weapons and 11,000 rounds of ammunition were taken off of our streets. A total of 373 persons were arrested for firearm offenses related to seizures, and drug seizures for last year also reflected, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the success of interdiction efforts. In 2019, a total of 45,882 pounds of marijuana and 105,624 marijuana plants and 36.5 pounds of cocaine have all been seized by law enforcement. Seizures in some of the more exotic drugs were also successful, as 2,506 ecstasy tablets, 1,055 oxycodone tablets were confiscated. A total of 1,720 persons were arrested for drug-related offenses, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Mr. Deputy Speaker, you would note that last year, this House passed amendments to the Road Traffic Act in order to reduce the number of traffic fatalities on the streets of the Bahamas. I am again pleased to report that in 2019, traffic fatality crashes decreased by some 14%, and the number of persons killed in traffic fatalities decreased by some 17%. The newly acquired laser cams and pro-laser 4-speed detector devices continues to prove its value to encouraging members of the motoring public to drive within the speed limits and drive with due care and attention. Mr. Speaker, the modernization of and strengthening of training in the Royal Bahamas Police Force continues. A total of some 1,035 persons have been trained, including 536 police officers and 136 police recruits. Thus far, in our administration, a total of 271 new police officers were enlisted. On Tuesday, the 4th of February 2020, a total of 35 police recruits began their training at the Police College in Grand Bahama. In the next few weeks, New Providence will be taking on an additional 100 recruits to be trained at the Police College. Mr. Speaker, throughout the current fiscal year, we continue to deliver on our promise to provide cutting-edge police technology associated with worldwide industry standards. Last year, we signed a contract of $5.9 million to add additional CCTV cameras throughout the island of New Providence. We also signed a $1.9 million contract for capital investment into the gunshot technology called ShotSpotter, which continues to prove its worth. Mr. Speaker, just recently, our government would have signed a $693,853 contract with Axon and a tactical for body cams for our police officers and dash cams for the police cars, and we look forward to that very shortly. Last year as well, Mr. Speaker, our government would have invested some $3 million into Marco's Alert. And we look forward, certainly within this quarter, to see the realization of that investment. Mr. Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the men and women of the Royal Bahamas Police Force for the efforts that they continue to render to the Bahamian people on the streets of the Bahamas. And I commend the Commissioner of Police and his team of officers for the work that they continue to do. This government remains committed to supporting our men and women in uniform, and that not only includes the Royal Bahamas Police Force, but indeed the Royal Bahamas Defense Force, the Bahamas Department of Correctional Services, and then I can speak for my brother for Bahamas Customs, and Brother Ellsworth, or the member for Yamoussoukro for the Immigration Department. Royal Bahamas Defense Force, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to report that going into our third year in office, every single one of our government commitments to safeguarding our defense, as articulated in our manifesto, have been achieved or is in the process of being finalized. The Royal Bahamas Defense Force continues to advance its operational reach through the recruitment of human capital, coupled with the acquisition of operational assets and infrastructural upgrades that have proven vital for the implementation of revolutionary initiatives essential to meeting the ever-increasing security demands placed on it. In 2019, the officers and Marines of the Defense Force continue to be successful in translating our government's agenda into effective operational strategies. They did this in spite of the losses from Hurricane Dorian in both Abaco and Grand Bahama. In the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian, the Defense Force assessed damages in both islands, which severely impacted their facilities and equipment at a cost of close to $100,000. But after an extensive assessment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is estimated that it will take an additional $11.9 million to bring the operation to the desired level. This will enable the Royal Bahamas Defense Force to better position itself to face similar challenges like Dorian. In addition to the estimated losses, the role of the Defense Force has been rapidly expanding to provide restoration efforts to the people of Abaco and Grand Bahama, while the force has been simultaneously entering into an era of modernization. Mr. Speaker, in addition to addressing its own migrant smuggling operation, the Defense Force was called upon to assist our neighbors in the Turks and Caicos Islands, and they assisted in any number of operations. But during this period under review, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force continues to show and demonstrate, Mr. Deputy Speaker, its improved capabilities, which is leading to record levels of interdiction. The Defense Force success, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is partly due to joint information sharing and intel with other agencies like the Royal Bahamas Police Force and Bahamas Customs and Immigration. Mr. Speaker, I now speak to recruitment. From the recruitment exercise held last July, 107 persons, inclusive of 97 males and 9 females, graduated, and another 120 are expected to be recruited in March of this year, followed by another 120 this coming September. This will serve to continuously increase human capital, thereby meeting the demands of an ever-changing security environment and mitigating threats to our peace and security. Mr. Speaker, the strategic goals of decentralization has remained a commitment to this administration since coming to office. Decentralization of the agency's operations continue to be the main focus, where the government is committed to establishing bases in the Southern Bahamas as a major priority, inclusive of long-term deployment of ships and personnel and the acquisition of detection technology. I am pleased to report today on the second phase of the decentralization program. You may recall, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the Cabinet had approved some $500,000 for the demolition and construction of 3 units at HMBS Matthewtown. 3 buildings at the Royal Bahamas Defense Force Base in Inagua have been completed, and the furnishing and other equipment are currently being procured. It is expected that the building will be ready for occupancy during this quarter. To further enhance security in the Southern Bahamas, a subsidiary base was to be established in Ragged Island. Approximately 33 mobile accommodation units and auxiliary equipment were purchased at a cost of some $899,000, which were to be used to sustain maritime operations in the East Grand Bahama Bank. Consequently, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this has been delayed following the passage of Hurricane Dorian. Of the 33 units, 24 were deployed to Abaco to supplement the container city so that as to provide accommodations and dining facilities for the men and women who are engaged in the relief and recovery efforts on that island. The remaining 9 were transported to Inagua to provide accommodations until the new facility is ready for occupancy. Once the base is suitable for personnel, the units will be transported to Ragged Island for further use. The previous administration could not deliver on the second phase of the decentralization. But Mr. Speaker, because we are a do-it government, we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, this administration is clearly aware that no single asset or equipment will adequately address all of the safety concerns and security in our nation. My ministry, under the heads of national law enforcement agencies, recently signed a $17.8 million contract with Swift Tactical Systems to acquire 55 unmanned aerial vehicles or drones and associated equipment, as well as the establishment of a drone academy and training for persons across several agencies. Within the next 5 years, it is hoped that the Defense Force will have at least 9 ships with deployable short and medium range drones, at least 9 UAS stations throughout the country, and a complement of about 100 drones to assist them in the protection of our nation. As I move away from the Defense Force, Mr. Speaker, I would like to certainly take this opportunity to thank the good men and women of the Defense Force for the good work that they continue to do. Mr. Speaker, I now just move briefly, time permitted, 2 minutes, to the prison, and it would be disastrous if I did not just touch on the prison and the good work that Commissioner Murphy and his team continue to do to renovate that institution. We all know, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that that institution has been around for a very long time and is not fit to house anyone. But under Commissioner Murphy, he and his team have taken the steps to ensure that they renovate as much as they can, as best as they can, with the support of this government. And they have been doing that throughout that institution, especially in maximum security. There were a number of areas prior to coming into office that would have received significant damage as a result of Hurricane Matthew and would have been left behind by the previous government. The administration building that housed the commissioner and his executive team had significant roof damage, with no one paying attention to assisting the men and women of that institution. I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that this government has taken on that challenge. And today, that roof and any number of other areas within that institution is receiving the fullest attention of this government. And so, Mr. Speaker, with the support of Citizen Security and Justice and Corrections Canada, we are taking significant steps to revolutionize the Bahamas Department of Corrections and to assist in the transition from penal to rehabilitation. And that process is going along smoothly, Mr. Speaker. And we look forward to the positive changes that are currently taking place within that institution. And we commend the men and women of the Bahamas Department of Corrections for the work that they continue to do. And I say to all of those areas, uniform areas that fall under my remit, that this government cares for you, they cares for you deeply. And we will demonstrate that to you in kind very shortly as we move to promote those who are deserving within these institutions without any interference by us as the government of today. We want to ensure that only the brightest and the best and those that we trust the most are elevated. And so I take this opportunity before taking my seat, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to thank the men and women throughout the Ministry of National Security for the work that they continue to do. And very shortly, when we are about to debate the budget, the upcoming budget, I intend to bring much more to the table about the successes that we are realizing within the ministry and the good work that the men and women in law enforcement and within the Ministry of National Security continue to do. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Mount Moriah.
As many? Chair recognizes the honorable member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I stand to make a very brief intervention this afternoon. Before I commence, I would like to extend condolences to some family members in my constituency, families of the late Reverend Irma McPhee of Blackmore, St. Andrews, especially her daughter Shiva, and the extended families of that community, and also to the families of the late teacher in Central Andros who would have served in also Mangrove Key, Miss Virginia Marshall, the daughter of Reverend Brinley and Sister Marshall, Standard Creek Andros, who would have served in the Mangrove Key and South Andros district. On behalf of D.S. Forbes, D.S. Boleg, Emily Miller, and Mrs. Thompson, all the principals, Mrs. King, and also Principal Mr. Pinder at the Central Andros High School, where she would have last served. I join them in extending condolences to the family members this afternoon. Energetic, effervescent, having a spirit of volunteerism. And therefore, we'd like to say our thoughts are with the family this afternoon and the community of Central Andros in particular. Also to the members of the family of South Andros and the passing of the late evangelist Miriam Green, and who was honored the clinic in Johnson's Bay is named after, who passed at the age of 86, to our daughter Susie and all the members that down in the community of the Bluff. Our thoughts and our prayers are with you. And also today, I would have arrived there because of the interment of my uncle, Mr. Whitley Forbes, Mars Bay and Farmers Key Andro, Farmers Key, the Exumas, pardon me, and especially his daughter Jennifer, and David and Marvin and Maureen, the family members. My thoughts are with you this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, firstly, I'd like to thank the fine people of the Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros constituency for their unwavering support over the years. I would want to remind the people of my constituency once again that good things come to those that wait. There's a good biblical admonition that states in the book
Psalms 37 and verse 7. It says, "Be still before the Lord and wait patiently for him. Fret not yourselves over the ones who prosper in his way, over the man who carries out evil devices." Once again, I say, wait. Wait. Mr. Speaker, quickly, small island developing states like the Bahamas and the rest of the Anglophone Caribbean are some of the world's smallest, most remote states in the world. Under its Better Policies for Better Lives caption, the OECD, the Organization for Economic and Cooperative Development, in its 2019 charter noted that these diverse groups of countries, differing in terms of population size and density, geographical spread, relative development progress, all need unique assistance from the developed world. We as a region share common challenges and vulnerabilities that sometimes prevent us from investing in a resilient development and therefore could lead to serious hindrances to these countries' growth prospects. These indeed are, but are not limited to the following I would note: high exposure to natural disasters and climate change, high exposure to global economic and exogenous shocks, small or unstable domestic revenues, and limited borrowing opportunities, to name a few. Therefore, small island developing states, Mr. Speaker, for their very survival, economic growth and human development, and also to continue to look at vulnerability indicators, all point in one direction when we look at specific challenges facing these territories. And we must continue to look at new developmental solutions and approaches to chart the course to prosperity for our people and their environs. Mr. Speaker, storms, hurricanes, and cyclones have become a common feature in the life of small island developing states, but within the last 30 years, this climate change and its increasing intensity of these disasters have been a relative common phenomenon. We now see developmental challenges facing us daily, such as rising sea levels and increasing ocean acidity due to the refuse dumping, especially in our seas in this part of the world. Not only challenges for the development model of these countries, but also it challenges our very existence. Generally, concessional financing for our country and one or two others in the region have been more challenging due to our sustainable resilience in climate and natural disasters, and also in our fiscal outlay. Therefore, international organizations such as the OECD have called on governments, especially in small island development states that have done pretty okay, to adopt a community-based, holistic approach in community building and national preservation, with the optimal goal being of that preserving these states in the year 2020 and beyond. Mr. Speaker, I thought I would start there due to the fact that much has been said and laid at the feet of Hurricane Dorian and our national state of affairs in the Bahamas today. Here we are today discussing the mid-year budget, as we would call it, and we hope to hear some insights, some policies, some financial plans, and some schemes geared towards addressing our national vulnerabilities, or simply put, the misery index in our society, and to mitigate against shocks, and hopefully that could lead to some sense of hope and an entire process, one that could make our people feel as though they are part of the process in our country as developmental process going forward. But there seems to be an element of mistrust today in government, especially today in our country. And we must therefore work to rid ourselves of this element of mistrust in government. Bahamian people, especially those directly affected by Hurricane Dorian, but also in the hurricane zones, feel as though the government's response and understanding of their challenges and difficulties and the present fiscal affairs of the country has left them, for the most part, proverbially out in the cold. And they would want this government to continue to understand the challenges that they face daily. In my view, this has been further compounded by the most recent May 2018 further ill-considered VAT increase that has inflicted further pains on Bahamians at this time. Mr. Speaker, in my view, this government has failed in its macroeconomic policies and its implementation process in mitigating the social and economic shocks in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian and speeding up the recovery process in the aftermath of this landmark hurricane. Today, Bahamians are in a state of uncertainty. There are some things that this country must do from a structural policy setting level domestically, and there must be some interaction between the macroeconomic policies which affect the speed of wage and price adjustments through the reallocation of funds and assistance to sectors of our society that have been adversely affected, namely the Abacos and Grand Bahama, but especially those, Mr. Speaker, even before the onslaught of this major hurricane, who would have had difficulty in surviving in their everyday lives. Mr. Speaker, this brings me to the economic side of things. Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, things are tough in this country. There seems to be what we call in the everyday language when anyone goes to the Southern Recreation Grounds or sits by the Marshall Cooper Park or goes to Centerville Park or simply goes to the washers or the food store. The word is that nothing is on the ground. People want to feel government's policies and its initiatives in their pockets through what we call disposable income, having a couple of cents and dollars to spend. They want to care for their families and pay basic bills. These are the things and have the basic necessities of life. The misery index is high. So I once again, after we've had much discussion and much talk about in more recent weeks, the proposed increase of the minimum wage, why we can't simply do it? We ask on behalf of the poor man, who doesn't want a handout every day, who wants simply a handout? Increase the minimum wage to $300. We should do that. Things are tight. We must look at these people who are faced with these daunting tasks every day to survive. Many persons today are considering as they sit and watch in Pinewood Garden, Monastery Park, South Beach, just over the hill in our heritage communities. They must look at this scale, this equilibrium, this balance, whether I would pay a light bill versus going to the food store or the Chinese to simply buy food. Pay the policy man on a motorbike versus paying something on a water bill. Take your child out of private school. I listened to the mother the other day, or should I lose my home? Pay mortgage versus keeping their child or children in colleges abroad, especially after a mom or father would have been laid off from work during these challenging times. For the most part, Mr. Speaker, the middle class is virtually eviscerated. We have what we call a needy class that is getting bigger. And there's also a smaller, greedy class that wants all. They take more opportunities, contracts, government exemptions for themselves and the privileged class in our society. So in the meantime, the greedy class takes more contract, more benefits, and the greedy class, the needy class, gets bigger with no opportunities and access. Mr. Speaker, no matter how much happy talk we have in here, we had much discussion recently about the Marijuana Commission and what it would do. At the end of the day, I heard someone talking about it. If some people get high, they'll maybe get over some things they're thinking about. That's a passing comment I heard just walking downtown today. No matter how high a person's out, there's real hurt on the outside of this parliament, Mr. Speaker. The Bahamian people don't want to get high. They are simply highly disappointed, disillusioned, and distrustful of the state of affairs this country is in at the present time. They're highly disappointed in that regard. If one goes to the food store, Mr. Speaker, in everyday life, the ban on single-use plastic bag is a common concern for very proud Bahamian people. We've accepted the fact that the plastic bags and other utensils, such as the plastic straws and styrofoam containers and cups, have all found themselves in the ocean floors, in whales, dolphins, and other marine species intestines. But the first or developing worlds have been very flexible, in their approach to this single-use plastic bag policy. And being this developing or third world countries have been very direct, almost intransigent in how we feel about the application of the law that we have passed. 25 cents for every plastic bag, or maybe some people want to charge even $1, some persons set up December 2019. Why was this permission granted to food stores to sell Bahamians plastic bags? And this, in my view, would have been covered in the bags that they still have that they're trying to sell to you now for 25 cents or more. What has this done to the poor man? It has frustrated him more in our everyday living in this society. You go to the food store. I watched a lady the other day out east, Super Value. Go to the food store where I am in that direction. And you go to the counter and you get a olive orange, Fenzik, and a couple items. And she said, you think Mr. Forbes, a woman like me, would all my life should be walking to the food store with this in my hand, like I thief these? And that affects Bahamians. We are very proud people, Mr. Speaker. We should have found a way to fix that. And government has a right to visit and revisit legislation that have been passed, and also in their enactment, so that they leave their people with a sense of feeling good about themselves. And simple things make a lot of difference. Small things count. And to make a person would have given 40 years to the government service, in the Attorney General's office, in the post office, in the road traffic department, to walk with a Chinese store with stuff in their hand and corned beef and grits and hominy in their hand, it makes Bahamian feel bad. And we should have moved that, we should remove that policy and given our people a 6-month window with a redress in Parliament so that our people could have a better sense of understanding instead of having this legislation, in my view, enacted overnight in a very harsh method in this application. Mr. Speaker, in my view, industrial trade union leaders are generally up in arms with what they call the lack of respect for their organizations due to government unwillingness to negotiate new industrial agreements amidst the rising cost of living. The member for Rumpke Cat Island in San Salvador has often mentioned the concerns about vendors and contractors lamenting the fact that companies who owed legitimate VAT returns cannot get their refunds from government. And we hope that this matter could be corrected forthwith. We are now hearing that the revenue collections targets were missed by some 230 million or some 8% in the last fiscal year. And it appears that the government has now set its mind to even be in a more catastrophic mode of non-performance in this fiscal year. Our internal analysis places revenue collection at some 12 to 15% or roughly $400 million below the amount budgeted, since tax exemptions would negate expected tax revenue from the increased economic activities from the rebuilding efforts in Abaco and Grand Bahama. And simply put, Mr. Speaker, we hear a lot of things being blamed on Dorian for the shortfalls and the obvious missteps by the government in delivering developmental and moral imperatives coupled with public service. I note the fact that Dorian cannot be blamed for everything, Mr. Speaker. And you must note the suggestion gave by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition. And he noted the fact that government should be glad for us to come together in the formation of a non-partisan economic advisory council comprising of the government, the official opposition, the business community, the Chamber of Commerce, organized labor, the church, civil Bahamas, the list goes on. It was a pretty noble idea, Mr. Speaker, in my view, designed to provide guidelines for expenditure, revenue, wage, pension policies, the list goes on over the next 5 to 10 years, to make our country a better place for all of us to live in. Mr. Speaker, good public infrastructure and services, the reduction of unemployment, healthcare costs, youth unemployment, which in some persons' views could be as high as 30%, with another 5,000 students or so to come out of school this year. Among some of the major issues this country must tackle post-haste on the national front. If one were to look at my district in particular, which I would do just now for a very brief minute or so, I must note the fact that in Mangrove Key, as I'm glad the member for Elizabeth is here, we're still awaiting the posting of doctors and everything else in our community. And he will speak to these issues when he arrives, I would presume. Completion of our docks there and the repairs at the clinic in Mangrove Key, Andros, that has been a pending issue, a sore issue in that community.
Yeah, talk with the nation.
Repairs to the roads in Central and South Andros, and it was good to talk with the member for Carmichael, my lifelong friend, who I would not want to offend in no way on this occasion in particular, because he has some very good news, he says, for the people of my district. I would also ask the good member for Carmichael, some people have had many days when we drank soda under the soda fountain in Dewey many years ago at the Mona campus. To look at a new terminal, if only for Central and South Andros, and also improvement with the screening facilities at these airports in my district. I would speak directly to the member for Freetown, who is due to make an official visit pretty shortly to the communities of South and Central Andros. We continue to be concerned about basic telecommunications and cable television. I would want to say to the people of South Andros once again, who've been very concerned about completion of the gymnasium in South Andros, we have good news. And I would leave that to the member for Carmichael, who's made some very good commitments to me on my gymnasium in South Andros. Consistent airline service and the mailboat service, this has been a challenge for people in the Family Islands. And as a Rawbone Island boy, I would call on the good member for Bamboo Town, whose mother would have been birthed, we say in the down home way, in Drakesville and South Andros, to give some conscience, some understanding to those mailboat services in the Family Islands. And people would want to now look at upgrading some of those mailboats. So one of these days, maybe next week, maybe the member for Bamboo Town maybe would put on some jeans and khaki along with member for Gardners and walk around on Fortescue Dock one day and look at possibly upgrading some mailboats, because we want better mailboat services generally. We want good roll-off, roll-on, air-conditioned facility. You can't only have the Bahamas ferries given a certain caliber of mailboat services or services to the Family Islands. So I would encourage mailboat operators in the Family Islands to look at upgrading their services. And if the member for Bamboo Town, through the assistance with the member for East the Grand Bahama, to make some funding available for mailboat operators who would have talked to me privately so they could get a couple more dollars to get better mailboat services to our Family Islands, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to, at this time, the member for East the Grand Bahama spoke directly and primarily to the financial and fiscal affairs of our country, and that's his background. But I'm an island boy, and I am speaking primarily that I want to thank, Mr. Speaker, those young men and women who have remained primarily in my constituency amidst the vicissitudes and the challenges of everyday life. It isn't easy to remain and survive in Family Islands. Family Islands become very petty, indifferent, political, and very volatile and acrimonious. And I want to say to those who remain, I want to encourage you, and what I can do to make life a little easier for you, I would do just that. When I look at people such as Mr. Jolly in Little Harbor, and Leonardo Lightbourne, who have reinvested in the community of Mangrove Key. When you can go to South Andros quickly, North Abaco, you would have been in the hurricane, you've been through the storm, but not for very long. Not as long as I've been through the storm, my friend. But I've survived. God has been good to me. And I want to commend the Raming family, the Lewis family in the Bluff, Maljak Andrews in South Andros, Maljak who's never supported me politically, but he has the heart of South Andros at heart. And I want to commend him. And I want to wish him the very best. Terry DeValier, for example, the Reverend Joshua Roll in Johnson's Bay, and Raleigh Smith in Mars Bay. I want to commend these young men and women, among others, who remained in these communities when they appear to be dying. In Central Andros, Sammy Raming, for example, Rooney Scott in Calabash Bay, Theodore Dimey Russell, Van Dyke Bain, who returned home to beautiful Cargill Creek, Prescott Smith, a world-renowned born fisherman and guide and everything else, a business entrepreneur, Andy Smith, his brother. The list goes on. Arthur Winky Brown, who's invested much in our community, Lime Bain and Love Hill. I want to commend these people because it's not easy when you got to pay light bill, water bill, staff, NIB, and they come at you, especially sometimes politically, Mr. Speaker. It is not easy to survive in the Family Islands. I want one of my good friends who would have been a good supporter of mine, to know that I would have spoken to the minister about being a matter, because I know you're watching and the minister's in the front of me. I leave it like that. So you don't have to worry. You're going to text me now, but I talk to the minister. And I will not name that minister. I'm a senior man. I know how to say certain names in this place. But I would have talked to the minister. He knows of which I speak. I'm looking at that minister now. Mr. Speaker, Andros has been a part of leadership in this country for many years. Andros has once again, and will once again, as of today, take a meaningful role in national and domestic leadership in this country. We must move to the political forefront, socially and economically, and also try to change some of the paradigms and things that exist on the ground when it comes to struggles and challenges for everyday life. Things have not gotten any easier in the island community of Andros, which I represent, but I can assure my people as of today, there's going to be a new horizon just over on the other side. The derelict homes in the various settlements, poor little economic opportunities in our communities, and employment prospects, accessibility to studying online, as they have in the other islands, which should be available to my people in South Andros. My people should be able to go online like they can do in Abaco, like they can do in Grand Bahama, like they can do in Long Island or in Eleuthera, and also study and make themselves approved while remaining domiciled in the communities of Andros.
I agree.
Mr. Speaker, it is time now for us in Andros to move to a new frontier. And I'm saying now to our people, we must all come together, all across the various spectrums and divides, and saying no more are we going to be sitting back with in the sense of civility. No more docility. We are now going to be moving in a more progressive and a direct way for social and economic empowerment as a people together all over Andros, from Morgan's Bluff in the north to beautiful Mars Bay in the south. North Andros, you got to come and go with me. We got to build a better Andros starting today. I must say now to all those who sat and watched, who continue to ask questions all over the world and also here in New Providence, it is time for us now to come together and build a better community of Andros. We must do it starting with ourselves. I'm tired of getting up in Parliament and simply asking many times for roads and telecommunication, clinic and teachers, and better basic ambulatory services for our people. When we have accidents and our people still have to be taken to the clinics or to the airport on the backs of trucks. And when you got to have ambulance in New Providence, virtually being thrown on the garbage or the heaps in New Providence. And my people in Andros, when there's an accident, Mr. Speaker, they got to be taken to the airport at night on the back of a truck laying on sheets. That is not fair in our community. That is 10 minutes from New Providence and 18 minutes by as far as point in South Andros from New Providence. That is unfair. Andros must be treated better starting today, Mr. Speaker. We must change that. Mr. Speaker, it starts today. I must say, the time has come for Andros to sit at that table, God knows. We must all sup at that table. There's an old song that we used to sing in the jumper church years ago. So, Lord, you know that song. Come and dine, the master's calling, come and dine. We can sit at Jesus' table all the time. And he feed the multitude. He turned the water into wine. So therefore, it's time now for Andros to be at that table and to come and dine. Andros must come and dine. And my people have been sitting by quietly and accepting it for too long. It's time for us to rise up. Mr. Speaker, it's time now for us to revisit the National Development Plan that was laid some years ago. And after much consultation and deliberation across the political divide, as we tackle the cost of living, our country must do better in its technological advances. As we retrain, also offer technological and vocational programs to the Family Islands in no small way. I was glad to, and I want once again to remind the member for South Beach, he made a promise and a commitment to the people of my community. I'm waiting, and I told them, and come September, we'll be having a BTVI program in the community of South Andros. I use his name. He's a respected man, and in total deference to him, I believe what he says. And he will deliver just on that promise he made to me and my people in the communities of Andros. Mr. Speaker, good education. very difficult for persons to go back to the farm islands when they have to say, for example, whether my child will get a good education opportunity while they're back in Andros. That is still hurtful to me today, Mr. Speaker. It should not be happening. We must now be in a society where our students all across this country could be ready to attend the University of the Bahamas. Mr. Speaker, the private sector must be engaged at national policy level, not only looking for exemption and exclusionary clauses for their business and fiscal policies. I know they have a fiduciary responsibility, but they must come together with the government and also all of us coming together to build a better Bahamas. Banks cannot simply be looking for the opportunity to repossess hardworking Bahamians' homes. They should be looking at how to assist them, those young, bright Bahamians who want to move on and make lives better for themselves, bright, intelligent, but financially challenged Bahamians, Mr. Speaker. Too many of them are being turned down daily. I met a young man on Monday, virtually downtown, with some bags in his hand. Smart young man, master's degree, working on his doctorate degree. Has been turned down again. It pained my heart. We got to find a way to get these young people engaged in our society so that they can see fruition of their dreams and ideals. Through more fortuitous planning and policies that allow our people to be a part of this society. Bahamians should not be leaving and going to Canada and talking about staying in hotels and waiting to get their cards straight in Canada for an opportunity. That is an indictment. It's a shame on us as a people, as legislators in this country. Great. Our people should not be running to Canada instead of finding opportunities in our local society. We must develop a blue, green, and orange economy. Blue economy, our ocean and our marine resources. Green economy, improvement for human well-being and social equity with significant refusing of environmental risk and also ecological societies, social challenges, pardon me. The orange economy, production, reproduction, promotion, dissemination, marketing of goods and services and activities that are cultural, artistic, and patrimonial in its content. Speaking of content, Mr. Speaker, there must be a way that we can use the cultural center up here on Shirley Street. Intellectual property and connectivity is the big issue in our society. The restoring of arts, craft, film, music, advertising, research and development is critical, along with software development and publishing in our society if we were to move forward. We are too much of a smart people to still be slunking and waiting for America to do everything, and then we almost become virtually a copycat. We do smart for that. Mr. Speaker, as I'm about to take my seat, I would want to be hopeful and optimistic about the future of our country. But on its present trajectory, it appears to be a bit difficult this afternoon. I wouldn't want to be doubtful. I'm not gleeful either this afternoon. I'm going to say to the government that political bluster with public relations stunts, colorful slogans and rhymes, I'm not going to get it done today. Our Bahamian people want to see a government that meets the challenges and wants to see policies, Mr. Speaker, that will make their lives better in our society today, moving forward. All of these challenges, we must note, and all of the things that we're going through, with our hard work and ingenuity, we must overcome, Mr. Speaker, these challenges today, but only through hard work and also with belief in the Almighty God as we come together as a people. Mr. Speaker, against that backdrop, on behalf of the great people of the communities of Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros, I want to wish this country the very best as we continue to build a better Commonwealth, a better country moving forward, as we do it together holistically, as we move forward, upward, onward, together. May God continue to bless the fine people of Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Much obliged, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the chair recognizes on.
Speaker, I didn't wish to interrupt the honourable member from South and Central Andros and Mangrove Key, but I believe he misspoke when he suggested that he was still waiting for a doctor, since a doctor has been posted in South Andros since the 3rd of February. And I'm sure that he neglected to remember that. Based on the intercession that he has made on behalf of his people, the Ministry of Health has sought to make sure that we send doctors on locums until we post a full-time position in his constituency in a few months. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mango Key,
Speaker,
Southern Central Andres.
I am thankful to the honorable member for Seabreeze. I never attack that member because he's special. I haven't gone any further. Elizabeth, sorry, I wouldn't attack him right today. But like he mentioned the fact that this is what I call an itinerant or a doctor, but I don't want to get into that. But I'm saying at the end of the day, in the family community, people are saying, they're saying that the doctor's not there. I understand what you're saying, sir. But I want to thank you anyhow for the effort. When I go down this weekend, on the weekend, I will get further information. I'll get back to you. Thank you very much for your effort, sir. Thank you.
We need a light.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Carmichael.
Speaker, my duty in this parliament is that if I make a misstatement to correct it very quickly. And I may have in haste indicated that the rate reduction bond bill has a formula in it. What the bill does is it references the formula there is a provision which references the formula that you make the determination. So the formula is not in the bill, but it is referenced in the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Garden Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take this opportunity to express my gratitude to the Almighty God for His grace and mercy that He has kept me, and to the leader of this government who reposed his trust in me to lead the Ministry of Public Service and National Insurance. And to the people of Garden Hills, I say to you, you continue to have my commitment. I continue to realize that I stand on your shoulders. And I am eternally grateful for your support. And I will continue to do the best I can to deal with your needs. Mr. Speaker, as minister responsible with the responsibility of the public service and national insurance, I've become grounded by these words said by former President of South Africa, Nelson Mandela. And I quote, "We are confident that, motivated by the desire to serve the people, the public service will discharge its responsibility with diligence, sensitivity, and enthusiasm. Among other things, paying attention to the important goals of increasing efficiency and productivity." You will be aware, Mr. Speaker, that my ministry is tasked with the responsibility of ensuring that public service at large is properly staffed, equipped, and operational to meet the ever-increasing demand for quality service delivery. In addition to having the responsibility for office accommodation and for office accommodations for all ministries and departments in New Providence, Grand Bahama, and 158 leases of properties throughout the Bahamas. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, we have some responsibility for pensions and gratuities of approximately 400 plus persons who retire from the public service each year, and those contracts that expire, the payment of insurances to persons covered under the government's insurance plans. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to begin by highlighting the work that has been done and the work that is in progress in the ministry for this fiscal year. It is our quest, Mr. Speaker, to improve efficiency and the development of a public sector in the Bahamas, which can compete globally. Mr. Speaker, I heard my colleague and the good member for South Andres say that we apparently should, could, or we are blaming everything on Hurricane Dorian, the Category 5 storm the likes of which has never been experienced in our country and indeed the world. This storm which swept through the northern Bahamas, Mr. Speaker, left in its path destruction, death, and the heavy weight of the human capital of the world. And Mr. Speaker, what I intend to do is to outline to this Parliament what we have done and how we have invested heavily in human capital. You know, there's a saying throughout the campaign of the side opposite that the FNM does not care about people, they care about things. And so, Mr. Speaker, I will outline to you what the FNM has done and what this government has done to demonstrate its commitment, its care to the people of this country and the human capital. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that the National Emergency and Management Agency, NEMA, was activated immediately after Dorian. My ministry was able to assist in the mobilization of public officers from various ministries and departments to have them deployed to NEMA, working tirelessly, Mr. Speaker, around the clock in some instances, to ensure that our brothers and sisters in those affected islands were evacuated, transported, and if required, sheltered in New Providence when they arrive here and or when they arrived in the other family islands. My ministry, Mr. Speaker, engaged 24 persons to assist 24 persons from the National Job Creation and Skills Enhancement Program to assist NEMA. This cost was approximately $278,000 to the government. Additionally, we employed 3 college graduates at a cost of $90,000 to join the public servants who were deployed at NEMA. Mr. Speaker, these individuals were given several tasks. Included in the task was to collect goods, to pack, to ship, to transport, and to make sure the lives of individuals affected by the storm were made easier. Mr. Speaker, we received through NEMA packages and goods from the Caribbean, from the US, and from Canada. And these individuals that were deployed from the National Empowerment Program was deployed specifically to manage that process. Mr. Speaker, although the ministry has responsibility for the mobilization of officers, it is important that each agency has an understanding of the role they play as it relates to the deployment of persons in NEMA and EOC. Mr. Speaker, having deployed these individuals to assist NEMA made the work of NEMA a bit easier. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, my ministry established an employee assistance program to aid officers who were domiciled in Abaco and Grand Bahama. The aid came in the form of grief counseling as well as monetary assistance. The program was initiated, Mr. Speaker, with the intent to help those suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder as a result of Hurricane Dorian, which in the long run could affect their job performance, their overall health and well-being. The ministry made arrangements, Mr. Speaker, for officers who came seeking assistance to be seen by consultant physicians. All sessions provided confidential assessments, short-term counseling, referrals, and follow-up to these individuals that needed attention. Financial assistance, Mr. Speaker. Financial assistance, Mr. Speaker, by way of 2 months' salary advances were offered to persons from Grand Bahama and Abaco who were severely impacted by Dorian. These advances are to be repaid over a course of 2 years. Mr. Speaker, we also made sure that individuals impacted by Dorian got compassionate leave, and we took the very humane position to make the determination that leave, the length of time required on the leave, was determined by the permanent secretary or the heads of department who had direct contact with these individuals. Mr. Speaker, we went further. We gave each public officer in those islands a lump sum payment of $1,000 to assist them. We paid relocation payments of $2,600 for persons who had to move from where they lived originally prior to Hurricane Dorian due to the devastation. Hardship allowance for officers posted and residing in these areas of hardship due to Dorian also was given to these individuals. Mr. Speaker, this government invested heavily in human beings, in persons affected by the storm. It is an example of what every and each government ought to do when persons are impacted. Mr. Speaker, I am proud and pleased to announce that due to the hard work and dedication of the staff of the Ministry of Public Service and National Insurance and the members of staff of the Public Service Commission, enormous efforts have been made to facilitate outstanding matters at this ministry. My ministry, Mr. Speaker, continues to process on behalf of public servants matters inclusive but not limited to new appointments, confirmation in appointments, promotions, appointments to the permanent and pensionable establishment, and others. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, I note the following as it relates to the matters mentioned earlier. The ministry, beginning this fiscal year, engaged in new appointments, 414 individuals. 207 individuals were confirmed, 122 individuals promoted, and 81 persons were appointed to the permanent and pensionable staff. Some $5 million was allocated in the global provision item in my ministry's budget for the current fiscal period to process promotion, confirmations, reassessments, and 7/8 increments. I can confirm to date that this money's $5 million that is in the budget is already committed, and we will come back to the Parliament, to the government in the next budget year for some additional funds. Mr. Speaker, Member of Parliament for South Andrews who spoke just before me, a gentleman that I admire and respect, said that he was saddened that persons with graduate degrees had to go back and to look for jobs and to wait on jobs from Canada. Mr. Speaker, he ought to have known, he certainly know, I believe, that this government initiated in June of last year a program to do just what he suggested, a program that would encourage young Bahamians who had graduate degrees, whether it's a bachelor's degree, an associate's degree, a master's degree. We were encouraging them to get into the public service. And we know that the public service does not pay specifically good enough to attract some of them. So we upped the ante. We said, if you have a bachelor's degree and you're interested in working for the government in the public service, we will pay you $30,000. Mr. Speaker, to show that we are committed to this exercise, to show that we are committed to the next generation of Bahamians, 104 persons in New Providence and 43 persons in Grand Bahama were interviewed. 79 of those persons interviewed in New Providence are hired, and 15 of those in Grand Bahama are on the job today in this special program, making a commitment to working and to be qualified to work for the government. Mr. Speaker, I'm particularly proud today to say that one of the students who graduated, who we have in this program, wrote this speech and coordinated this speech. And I was very proud today at lunchtime to go back to my office to have her put the speech together and have it ready for me, Mr. Speaker. That's an example, Mr. Speaker. That's an example of the next generation of individuals. They don't have to wait long. They won't take as long as me to understand the system. They get it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've said to the Ministry of Works, at least one or two engineers, one architect for sure, and there are two more that are waiting some time for interviews by the Ministry of Public Works. So every single ministry is getting these individuals, Mr. Speaker. And let me just make one comment about these individuals. See, because long-established public officers, sometimes they feel a little like some kind of way, like they say, the young people say, about us bringing in these individuals and paying them a little bit more and giving them some activity. Mr. Speaker, you know that I would be the last person on this side to say just do it like that. But I fully understand what is happening in the public service, Mr. Speaker. I understand the gaps that exist, that needs to be filled, and the opportunities that we have to engage these young men and women and to keep them engaged and to get them into service. Mr. Speaker, we are paying persons with bachelor's and associate's degree $30,000 per annum and $20,000 per annum respectively. We also have a program for high school graduates who are hired in the ministry as technical clerks. We are paying them a starting salary of $15,000, Mr. Speaker, so that we get them engaged at a very early stage so that they get in the program at the ministry. One of the main objectives of this program, Mr. Speaker, is to encourage young qualified applicants to join the public service and have a fulfilling experience, to hopefully inspiring them to stay in the public service. We want to save the bright minds and not have to import individuals to do these things, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we continue to process the contractual appointments as specific staffing needs of each ministry is presented to Cabinet. And to date, approximately 254 persons are appointed on contract outside of the public service by the Ministry of the Public Service. Mr. Speaker, $6.9 million has been invested and is in the Ministry of Public Service in this area, and we have exhausted the majority of these funds already, Mr. Speaker, to continue to invest in human beings. Mr. Speaker, the period July 1 to 31st of December 2019, approximately 336 persons have exited the public service through either retirement, resignation, and 36 have gone home to make their final rest. This represents 50% of our attrition rate. And so, Mr. Speaker, one of the things we're doing, just to give you some context, is we're trying to make sure that we do not inflate the public service by engaging these individuals. We know for a fact that approximately 400 persons will exit the service. So we're trying to make sure that these persons are replaced, and therefore our budget is not inflated, and the Ministry of Finance would not have any issue with us hiring individuals. Mr. Speaker, training is a critical part of the Ministry of Public Service. The Public Service Center for Human Resource Development, or PASHARD, continues to provide a number of centralized and upgrading courses for public officers and those persons in the National Job Creation and Skills Enhancement Program. And so training includes, for these individuals and others, we put on courses in BJC English and Math, in Pitman levels, and bookkeeping and accounts, in office procedure, and word processing. And we put on these courses and training, Mr. Speaker, so that individuals can transition. They may come into us not having these skills and not having these skill sets. And so one of our functions is to make sure that these individuals get an opportunity to get the skills that are necessary to transition into the public service. Mr. Speaker, in the beginning of 2020 of this year, my ministry embarked on a planning workshop for all of our internal clients. This is critical, Mr. Speaker. We thought that to begin the year, the best thing to do was to invest in ourselves, to find the persons who work for the Ministry of Public Service, to give them an opportunity to speak to the issues affecting the public service, and to provide some opportunities for training so that they will come away telling us, their teams and one another, here are the faults, here are the reason why we're not performing, here are the opportunities we have, and this is what we will do to enhance and to improve the public service. Mr. Speaker, I'm eternally proud of the training program that is placed in the Ministry of Public Service. I'm proud of it because my permanent secretary always reminds me that it is the team. It is the team that she has to work with and the team that will deliver. Mr. Speaker, this year we've given 17 in-service awards to individuals. In-service awards, I must let you know, are only given to those individuals in areas where they are absolutely needed in the workplace. So again, we are investing in our human beings. Mr. Speaker, in December of last year, we thought it was necessary to offer to public officers a lump sum of $1,400 as a part of our union negotiations. And so, not only were public officers happy during the Christmas, those who received the $1,400, but the union continues to negotiate on their part and to bargain with the public service to see the extent to which the rest of the agreement can be reached. There was a lot of pushback, Mr. Speaker, from the $1,400. As a consequence, some individuals did not get the payment until January. And I talked specifically about the doctors and administrators. They too are very happy, Mr. Speaker, that they were considered, that they got the payment, and it's not like what someone suggested earlier. We're not trying to buy an election, Mr. Speaker. We are negotiating in good faith with the union, and that was one of the things that they asked for and put on the table, and we delivered that part of the deal in Christmas. Mr. Speaker, in national insurance, I always say, and you know, national insurance is your basic social security network. It is the network that keeps breath in our bodies, I say, because they provide the needed support to workers during times that they cannot work, in times of retirement, during maternity times, in times of sickness, when you get hurt on the job, or because you've lost your job. We provide assistance to all, Mr. Speaker. And that's why it's so critical, Mr. Speaker, that we continue to make sure that the National Insurance Board and the contributions are made to the National Insurance. Mr. Speaker, as you know, National Insurance was not isolated from Hurricane Dorian. We lost offices in Abaco and Grand Bahama. Our staff in Abaco and Grand Bahama were also severely impacted. We had to provide assistance for these individuals. And one of the first things we did, Mr. Speaker, is to make sure that the staff members assigned to National Insurance were either placed in New Providence or Exuma or Cat Island or Long Island, Mr. Speaker, so that there would be no loss of opportunity, no loss of job, no loss of time. Mr. Speaker, when the present Prime Minister, who was then the Minister of Health, went down to Abaco to sign for the building of that facility in Abaco, you know, the pundits said everything. They said, oh no, this is such a grandiose building. We shouldn't put this in Abaco. You will never ever get anything done. It is too big for Abaco. Mr. Speaker, the building that they said was not the right building for Abaco. As you are aware, the two buildings became the savior for the people of Abaco, especially those in Dundas Town, Murphy Town, Central Pines, and the surrounding areas. God bless Fletcher, who built the buildings, who made sure that everything was in place. And Aram Lewis must have been his architect at the time, because he made sure that the roof, trusses were fixed, everything was in order. And hundreds of individuals were saved in these two buildings, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we know that because of the impact of Hurricane Dorian, our projected contributions would not be reached. We had projected $291 million. Because of the hurricane, we are now revising that position, Mr. Speaker, to $285 million. It means, Mr. Speaker, that we would have to aggressively go out there and find this money. But I encourage and urge every single Bahamian who's employed, who's working, to make sure, if you're self-employed, to pay your national insurance. If you're working for someone, you can go online and check to see what your contributions are. Or you could call national insurance Call your local office. Find out if the person who you hired is making your contributions. You may see the money is being deducted from your pay sheet, but you want to make sure that the funds are deposited in the right place in national insurance. And so I encourage each one of you to make sure that you check on your national insurance, you make your contributions. In unemployment assistance alone, Mr. Speaker, some 1,500 persons up to December, some 1,500 persons have benefited from unemployment assistance. We've spent over $4 million to individuals who were affected by the hurricane. Mr. Speaker, NIB anticipates that we will pay out approximately $309 million. We know we will only collect approximately $285 million. So we urge persons who are in this business to make sure that their monies are paid, their contributions are being paid, so that they can collect and on one of those things that are offered by national insurance. Mr. Speaker, one of the cries of national insurance is there are many businesses that are outstanding. You're not paying your contributions. There are some critical persons who are still not paying their contributions. You have individuals hired, staff working for you, you're making the deductions, but the contributions are not being given to national insurance. I urge every single Bahamian to check. Once you're working, check with national insurance. Go to any local office. See and make sure your contributions is being paid. Mr. Speaker, I just want to close by saying three things. One, Mr. Speaker, one of the things national insurance started to do 2 weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, is to have an open house on Saturday. And so that's encouraging individuals to come in and register, to make your claims, to do many things. And so, Mr. Speaker, we launched an employer self-service portal. That's critical. This portal, which is, it's in a pilot phase, Mr. Speaker, where we are piloting with 90 companies, and all we say to the companies, go online, let's work with you online. Let's make your contributions online, fill out your forms online, let's see how it's working. Mr. Speaker, I'm informed that the 90 companies are working, the model is working, and we will expand it elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, the second thing I want to talk about is before I close, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition stated in a statement the other day that NIB has lost approximately $1 million because of a computer glitch. I was not going to comment on it, but I said to him personally, that's not true. That didn't happen. And he should check his sources, because while there was a computer glitch at NIB, it was only related to a testing program that was taking place, and no monies were lost. So I just asked the leader of the opposition to check his sources. And just to remind the leader of the opposition that we are slightly different, not slightly, we are very different than the PLP. I know the leader of the opposition had some concerns about borrowing, and I'm sure when he makes his contribution, he's going to talk extensively, and he's going to object to the borrowing of these funds. And I highly recommend that he consider, and he explained to the Bahamian public, how he sat in the cabinet and allowed $10.8 million of national insurance money to be borrowed by the government. And you know what is disturbing about this, and this is we can talk more about this later. What is disturbing about this, Mr. Speaker, is that the government of the Bahamas borrowed $10 million for national insurance to build houses for Bahamians. And if you look around New Providence, I wonder if you could find those subdivisions where $10.8 million worth of houses were built. But that's not the bad thing, Mr. Speaker. That's not the bad thing. What is very disturbing about this process, Mr. Speaker, is although the government have at its desire and its disposal, the government has the mortgage corporation that is set up to make sure mortgages are paid if someone wants to get a house.
Give it to someone.
Or they had the Department of Housing where they have inspectors who could go out in the street and look and say, okay, the foundation is down, let me make a payment here. The PLP decided to give this money, NIB money, to an curly hair man. He ain't dark like us, Jess. He ain't like us. He a little bright. He ain't dark. He ain't no dark. He a little bright. If you were Cooper or Roll or something like that, you would not have gotten this opportunity. And to have a good name, and to be a little bright. Well, that's what the lead speaker at the PLP rally said the other night. I only quote what they say. And so I'm not. I absolutely would not do this. What disturbs me, Mr. Speaker, is this. What disturbs me, Mr. Speaker, is the PLP had the mortgage corporation that has been doing mortgages for years. They have the Department of Housing, where they have housing inspectors, where they have everything at their disposal. They could go in the subdivision, they could see whether the contractor putting on the blocks good, that he reached the bell course, the roof is good, let's make a payment. They decided to give it to one of their boys, but no experience in this job. None whatsoever. And his duty was, Mr. Speaker, to engage, inspect contractors, pay them. The result of that is astonishing, Mr. Speaker. Been a couple. But think of it, $10 million. $10 million. $10.8 million exactly, Mr. Speaker. And
Round that off to 11.
And when the audit is laid on this Parliament, we can have an extensive conversation with it, Mr. Speaker. So I'm just saying to my friend, the Member of Parliament for Cat Island, when he's talking about loan and borrowing money and what we should do, perhaps I want him to take that opportunity to talk about that. Because if he does not speak about it, Mr. Speaker, if he does not convince the Bahamian people why both he and the member for Angleston sat in a cabinet and made that decision about monies for national insurance, then he is not worthy to speak about borrowings of any kind. And I challenge you, Mr. Speaker, the leader, as the Minister of Works. One time Works and Housing was connected, so yeah, I know you get some experience, to tell the Bahamian people exactly what happened to the $10.8 million that his government took to build houses for Bahamians. And tell us how many houses were built, how many got started and stopped, how much monies were given to each contractor. Because, Mr. Speaker, if he does not tell us all of these things, we will tell him. And we will use that example to show the Bahamian people why they cannot believe a word that comes from the opposition. With that, Mr. Speaker, Garden Hills, rest and support this wonderful thing we're doing to restore the livelihood of the people of Abaco and Grand Bahama. Why we are borrowing only $600 million when we say that the damage is someplace between $3 and $5 billion. Mr. Speaker, I await the response from the leader of the opposition. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for Garden Hills, the chair was generous in extending time to you. And the generosity was a consequence of your statement that you had not completely exhausted your budget with respect to hiring, and this parliament itself can use some of those skilled workers that you have. You can transfer a few of them here at no further expense to the budget, since they're already in the system. And well, we'll take that one. And with respect to the wonderful people of Nassau Village, that part of the budget that has not been exhausted, I would like for you to consider some persons who I intend to send to you. As many? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville. Honorable member for Centerville. Are those flowers for the chair?
Those flowers are for the Bahamian people, Mr. Speaker. That includes you.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Speaker, the last time I would have spoken in the House I think it was the last time in 2019, I spoke of shaking the dilly tree. Dilly drop. When the dilly drop, pick it up. But Mr. Speaker, I got flowers today. And it's not even my birthday or my anniversary. Mr. Speaker, Centerville got flowers today. And it's not our anniversary or our birthday. Honorable members, my fellow Bahamians, the Bahamas, we got flowers today. And it isn't even our birthday or our anniversary. For any of you who may not know and want to know the context in which I will present today, just go to Facebook and or YouTube and search I Got Flowers Today. It was a United Nations promotional awareness campaign relative to domestic violence. The poem, Mr. Speaker, captured the very essence of a battered woman, once bruised and beaten, continued to receive flowers from the one who beat her. The last set of flowers, Mr. Speaker, she received was at her death. They were the flowers at her funeral. Are we as a people going to be polarized by politics, even if it kills us? Or are we going to beat the non-democratic partisan politics, dictatorship in disguise, then send them flowers or give them their flowers back? Will we continuously get flowers from the very ones that continuously beat us? Beat our pockets, beat our families, beat our friends, beat our children, one generation after the next. Today, Mr. Speaker, domestic political violence and its abuse and exploitation of a people is on the rise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to address the House. and for an opportunity to participate in the mid-year budget debate. And thank you to the people of Centerville for allowing me a place at the table in this House of Assembly through our Almighty God at this time. Centerville got flowers today. Abaco and Grand Bahama got flowers today. And it's not even our birthday or our anniversary. How did I get here in the first place, Mr. Speaker? Well, I tried to teach, live the Bahamian dream, and teach Bahamians in financial services. The Politics sent a letter to New York Stock Exchange to attempt to close my business down. That was under the FNM administration, Mr. Speaker. Then my late grandfather Chippy was performing for an African prince over at Atlantis, and the Christie administration told him, no way. I actually cannot repeat in this house what I was told as it related to my request to accompany him. PLP today, FNM tomorrow. FNM today, PLP tomorrow. But what about us, the Bahamian people? Nothing has changed for us. What about us? But, Mr. Speaker, we got flowers today. I beg leave to address the marijuana report as tabled last week in the House of Assembly. Centerville has appointed its own committee to present a report, which we will table prior to a vote. I believe in expungement and definitely in second chances. However, I am challenged with the capitalist approach to legalization at this time, especially under governments with a track record, Mr. Speaker, of poor governance, poor administration, and a poor track record of following the rule of law. We will hold our own referendum in Centerville before coming to Parliament to vote on legalization, by the way. Expungement and the business of legalization should not be even mentioned in the same breath. They are two different things, Mr. Speaker, two different issues, two different realities. Let me also congratulate the new Queen Counsels appointed last week. Only if politics knew how hard you would have worked, but they don't. Please, please, please acknowledge our Constitution and our laws despite partisan politics. When politicians don't follow the law, Mr. Speaker, but have the audacity to attempt to control our legislature, I have a problem with that. Also, as a sidebar, discriminatory policies, even between cabinet ministers and members of parliament. One group gets full medical coverage, inclusive of spouses and children. The others, like us, sole coverage, just you and you alone. Is that how our public servants and government workers are being treated? Then, as a matter of policy, I believe it's the Prime Minister that decides who can enjoy the amenities of the Life at Key Club and Albany.
Speaker, I just want the member to make
Did you recognize?
correction. On a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I just want the member to know the Prime Minister has no say in who Life at Key allows into its facilities, be they honorary or not.
Okay, well, thank you for the information from you, Kilani. However, I myself contacted them by email. I was told that they are waiting a response from you. That was 2.5.
They're not going to get it.
2.5 years ago.
Right. They're not gonna
And so, based on my knowledge, Mr. Speaker, PMs in the past have had that freedom to decide, I guess, who gets those sorts of benefits.
I never even been to the licensing club. So I don't even know what you.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
But can verify what he's saying right here and now, or other withdrawal.
Okay, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, are you in possession of the email that you received?
No, Mr. Speaker, I do not have it. They'll follow up with it until such time.
Are you prepared to withdraw then?
Absolutely, until such time as I bring that forward. But I'm only telling you, I speak from experience, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable member.
Well, you can't tell me what my experiences is.
Honorable member, speak to the
Your
chair.
experience may be wrong, but I say my experience is what I experience.
Honorable member, speak to the chair. Honorable member, if you are unable to expand, to substantiate, you can withdraw the statement with respect to the Prime Minister and former Prime Ministers.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw the statement with respect to Prime Ministers and former Prime Ministers. However, like I had indicated earlier.
No, there's no however.
Okay, we withdraw. So whatever this situation is at this time, I'm still waiting an answer. Discrimination, even within the cabinet and your very own members. Remember, the world treats us based on how we treat each other and how we treat ourselves. Such discriminatory policies in a system silently screaming for democracy and leveling of the playing field. It's a way to control the money Bahamas. It's a way to keep power. Let's take a look at the Quarterly Economic and Financial Developments Report, December 2019, as issued by the Central Bank of the Bahamas. Great information. But I want to go straight to the foreign investment project as approved by the BIA or reference with the BIA based on the report. We see projects for New Providence. We see projects for Exuma. We see projects for Eleuthera, Barry Islands, and Bimini. And I encourage all Bahamians to look at this report. But one thing in particular that stuck out with me, Mr. Speaker, was a dot point on the report that said, the Lightfoot Key Members Club planned to expand its community facilities with the acquisition of 59 acres of land for $12 million. Mr. Speaker, that's less than $200 or around $200,000 an acre. And so, my concern is when the Bahamas, especially if you're out west, you're going to find that kind of proposition. And so I just think that we need to be a little bit more concerned, Bahamians, about what's going on with our land and what's going on with our resources. It shows those projects, and like I said, it is something that is of concern to me. Bain and Grantstown, you're not here, but we ain't fired up and ready to go no more, my friend. The Bahamas is leveling up, and we leveling up, and we ready to go, because the Egyptians you see today, you will see no more come 2022. Just letting the Bahamian people know the issues we face because of how we choose to treat each other. How politics rally us up with election propaganda while they live off the fat of the land, your land, and God help us. But, sorry, Mr. Speaker, Centerville got flowers today. Before I begin, I'd like to make clear that Centerville has resolutions with this, has reservations with this resolution, and specifically this loan request. I am a progressive, Mr. Speaker, and I believe in moving forward while protecting my Bahamian people and our Bahamas. The government and its cabinet has given me no reason to support this request. Mr. Speaker and my fellow Bahamians, Centerville asked for more than 4 House sittings since a year ago. Where is the report of the House of Assembly's Public Treasury Committee. Just in case the Public Treasury Committee of this House do not know who they are Fox Hill, Michael, North Andros, South and Central Andros, and Exuma and Ragged Island. These persons, Mr. Speaker, are vested with a responsibility to bring a report to this House on the state of our public treasury.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Mangrove Key South and Central Andros.
Speaker, I just want the record to reflect as the honorable senior member in this place that this member has never been summoned to attend or inform of such a meeting. And so therefore, if any such meeting was planned, or I would have been superintendent to such a meeting, I would have been glad to attend. So I want the Bahamas and the world to know, since I'm not serving as the chairman or not a senior member of that committee, I no, forgive me, but I support the efforts of this good member. He represents my mother and he has flowers for Centerville. So I want to say on this special day, I support you, sir. Please do not put me with all of the other members this afternoon because the committee has not been called. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Listen, I think you should name the chairman. Yes, I think you should name the chairman. But if it's my leader, please, he's not here. Please don't even present.
Chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
Thank you very much. I hope that the chairman was not on the list. They didn't appoint a chairman. But after 2.5 years, I just would have expected Mr. Speaker to at least would have seen a report on the state of our public treasury, especially before bringing a resolution to the House to borrow money. Nothing from not one of the 5 members of this prestigious parliamentary committee. PLPs and FNMs, by the way. So how, in fact, are you representing your people? So how dare you go on a rally stage to our people and not attend your duty in this honorable place? And where's the Public Accounts Committee, by the way? Made up of Golden Gates, Long Island, Cat Island, Rumkey and San Salvador, Exuma and Ragged Island, South and Central Andros. 5 members.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Gates.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I may, Mr. Speaker, I thank you. The honorable member through you, sir, will well remember that about a year ago or thereabouts, the majority of that committee, the Public Accounts Committee, which is led by the opposition, and the chairman is none other than the good member for Cat Island, Rumpkins, and Salvador, and the leader of the official opposition. He is the chair of that committee, and since we did the one report here, there was a majority report, and the member here presented a minority report, sir. And since then, there has not been a meeting, and the meetings are always called by the chairman. So I thank you very much, sir.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros.
Mr. Speaker, in the absence of my leader, I thought I should defend him. As he serves as chairman of the Public Accounts Committee, I note the fact that the good member for Golden Gate should have omitted the fact that what caused all the encumbrances and the challenges with the Public Accounts Committee going forward was that in the minority report, and at the end of the day, the government has a lot to do with information being, being given to the committee itself. The minority report noted the fact that they wanted to revisit some documents from the past administration. And there was a lot of conflict that occurred back and forth, wrangling back and forth. And therefore, he knows, therefore, within this process, and with members of the public service and domain in particular, being less than cooperative and forthcoming, Mr. Speaker, that is where, in my view, Mr. Speaker, I would say, in my view, Mr. Speaker, members who would have been asked to attend these meetings would have been less than cooperative. Public officials would have been, I wouldn't say public officials. I said public officials, pardon me, would have been less than cooperative, in my view, in coming forward to give us information at the committee level. For the Rules Committee, Mr. Speaker, I must say that this is what created most of the concerns with the Public Accounts Committee, in my view, going forward. So, Mr. Speaker, member for Golden Gates would have misled this place and kind of laying all of the blame totally at the feet of the leader of Her Majesty's loyal opposition. There could be blows that can be distributed on both sides, but mainly at the feet of the government, because it could directly advise public officials and instruct, is a better word to use in this particular instance, that they must attend and answer the requisite question. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Golden Isles. Correcting, Golden Gates.
Yes, sir.
Honorable members, we can wrap up this section.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if I may, first I'll say there was nothing that was accurate about what was just said. Nothing was accurate. But, Mr. Speaker, if I may, one thing, and then I'm going to ask with your leave, sir, to have the other member of this committee who represent the government also have a very short word, because it would only be fair for the other member of the government who plays a critical role to also have a very brief moment. But before doing so, the honorable member for Centerville, just for the record, Mr. Speaker, and we need the public to know, was a member on that same committee for the government before he resigned. Let's be clear about it. And with that, sir, the honorable member for Long Island is other government member. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Long Island.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the member for South Andrews has misled this place. He knows that most of the reports, the audits conducted, and that you yourself have sent to the PAC was done or relates to the time that they were in office. And this is the reason why they don't wish for us to review that period.
Honorable members, the chair recognizes the honorable member for
Thank you.
Mangrove Key.
Mr. Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee, that's why I'm saying this member, as a matter of fact, this member must have misled the most untruthful commentary attributed to me just now, Mr. Speaker. This junior member would have done just that. Because when he would say that most of the records that were required or requested were for prior administration, that is exactly what members of the governing side would have done. And so we are saying at the end of the day, there must be some balance of equanimity in this process. Because we had asked for records for the present administration and going forward. And they requested a lot of information at the post this present administration. And we are saying at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this is where the problem would have come in, because the government could have assisted in this process with these public officials coming forward. And that's the truth of the matter.
Honorable members, let me just say something so the member for Centerville can move on. The Public Accounts Committee is perhaps the most serious and fundamental committee of all the standing committees. And the Public Accounts Committee, there has been a ruling by the former Speaker that permits matters that have been audited, matters that have been tabled, and matters that have been referred to the committee. The Public Accounts Committee, if you look at the rules, under Rule 17, subsection 5, the committee shall have powers to require the attendance of witnesses or the production of documents. So the committee has the power to summons or subpoena witnesses. Well, exercise the power. Instead of just asking, if they refuse to come, exercise the power vested in the committee to bring them before the committee. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Centerville.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much, members. Mr. Speaker, I just, thought when we are borrowing more than $500 million, I thought we would have at least seen a report reflective of successive or excessive borrowing or spending from the Public Accounts Committee and the state of the public treasury, because that's important to value your borrowings. And so if the Public Treasury Committee and the Public Accounts Committee are not going to meet, we have a problem. Can one of these parties just make an attempt to run this house? Well, I know, when I say run this house, Mr. Speaker, because I do believe that you are doing the best you can. However, I still think that there's a level of authority that needs to be exercised with regards to ensuring these reports are put before the House. Mr. Speaker, PLPs and FNMs are on these committees for 2.5 years. Nothing. No responses to the state of our public treasury. Is the Bahamas a real place, is the question. Do you have children here? Do you believe in us? We are human too, just in case some of you forgot. In all of this, Mr. Speaker, where's the People's Sovereign Wealth Fund? And where are the People's dormant accounts, an analysis, a report of concessions and exemptions and heads of agreements as audited by the Auditor General, then so they can go to the Public Accounts Committee? But Mr. Speaker, I got flowers today. Where's the people's response to the petition for a Ministry of Natural Resources and the Sovereign Wealth Fund? Where's the people's response to the petition for an investigation into the Quieting Titles Act? Mr. Speaker, the House Rules Committee, did they meet? Was the Sovereign Wealth Fund activated? Again, did the Public Treasury Committee meet to give us the state of our public treasury? But we all, my fellow Bahamians, we got flowers today. The marijuana decriminalization, distraction. The 7.2 million tourists, distraction. The town hall meeting rally, distraction. The plastic bag fiasco, distraction. Rally in the schoolyard, distraction. But Mr. Speaker, Centerville and the Bahamas got flowers today, and it's not even our birthday or our anniversary. Mr. Speaker, where are the heads of agreement for the port deal and the landfill? How many Bahamians are on these deals or even around these projects? Where's the report of the police shooting of D'Angelo Evans in Mason's Addition? Where's the answer to the Derrick Roll debacle? Where is the Select Committee on Fake News? Mr. Speaker, we got flowers today. $587 million and no increase in minimum wage, no increase in senior citizens' pension, no increase in employment. $587 million, Mr. Speaker. And the people in Centerville have broken water valves, patched up schools, and inadequate health care and lack of school supplies. $587 million, Mr. Speaker. And we're still dealing with discriminatory cabinet practices and continued brain drain of the best, the smartest, and the brightest of our Bahamians. But the Bahamian people got flowers today. Where's the burden sharing? And what part of this are we taking on? It cannot be one standard, Mr. Speaker, for political parties and another standard for us. $587 million, Mr. Speaker, and no word of the legal cases that we would have lost and their contingencies, record high, unfunded liabilities, the offloading, not payment, offloading of government debt to SPVs and PPP facilities, and major lack of accountability and transparency. $587 million, Bahamians, more than $500 million midway through, and record number of labor upheaval and strikes, BPL debacle, Dorian legal non-attention and inadequacies. VAT increase, increased electricity, and as climate change sneaks up on us, Mr. Speaker, as our very own earth shatters. But the Bahamian people, Abaco, and Grand Bahama, I think you got flowers today. $587 million. The government housing, all 7 of them in Centerville, in terrible condition. Open cesspits and inadequate plumbing and inadequate safety. Bar economics, Mr. Speaker, when nothing makes sense. Accounting treatment that confuses the masses. Who is advising you? Do you believe in us? Do you really care? But we got some flowers today. Where's the Auditor General? Where's the Chief Justice? Where? Our politicians just don't care. Sorry, Mr. Politics, I just remembered. You would have given us flowers today. The hustle rate is up. The frustration rate is up. Simply amazing. These beautiful flowers, red flowers and yellow flowers, Mr. Speaker. $587 million, Mr. Speaker. And our children are frustrated. They have taken to Facebook and to the world. Next will be the United Nations. Our children in Inagua and Harbor Island screaming for better schools and more teachers. They are screaming, Mr. Speaker, to get the attention of our government. Children in the all-age schools, Harbor Island and Inagua, don't worry about not having teachers or having a conducive learning environment. Mr. Politics will be sending you flowers today. Mr. Speaker, there's a resolution on the floor to borrow $587 million. No supporting documentation whatsoever. No Auditor General's report on spending to date. No Public Treasury report. No PAC report. No engineer's report. No assessment of needs tabled. No documentation of specific allocation. But $587 million, Mr. Speaker. But we got flowers today. Domestic political violence at its best, even though we know how to keep it politically stable as a people, because we got flowers today. As our forefathers scream from their graves, as our mothers scream for their sons, and our people scream for peace on the streets, and for peace of mind, and for the respect and love they deserve, Mr. Speaker. But we got some flowers today. No community center for the Centerville constituency as documented in the Citizen Security and Justice Program. A loan of more than $20 million. No quality control and increased budget for our at-risk youth as necessary to enhance the Citizen Security, Justice and Security Program. Where is the people's money? And is crime really a priority? But our at-risk youths and the people of Centerville got flowers today. You beat me with unemployment. You take the contracts from our people in Centerville. You tell us, shut up and settle for $210 per week. You tell us bathe in tin tubs and do cowboys. You tell us stop shopping in Miami with no pension or health insurance as we fight debilitating diseases, discrimination, and poverty. But you gave us flowers today. No real ideas on economic growth, sustainability, nationalism, and Bahamianization. But we got flowers today. I am sorry, Minister of Finance, but I have no idea what this is. I am not sure of your resolution, and still I'm not sure of our country's needs. I am not sure what we are actually borrowing for. We refuse to earmark incoming funds and use the excuse that there is only the consolidated fund. You mentioned the contingency fund. What is really in the contingency fund? Have we set aside funds for the court cases that we've lost and all those persons the government owes? That's accountability and transparency. We convert short-term debt to long-term debt, and we create authorities and organizations offloading our debt and making us believe it's not our responsibility to pay it back? Really? We are not hiring more people in the public service. We're not restructuring debt in the best interest of our people. As a matter of fact, is the U-Beam dorms in this loan, University of the Bahamas, the glass window bridge, are the drones in this, are the police body cams in this? Just some things, Mr. Speaker, that are just not clear. Can someone please tell us where's the money for the University of the Bahamas dorms coming from and the glass window bridge coming from? Well, from my recollection, it appears to me, and in my opinion, these funds, wherever they're coming from, should have been or would have been received before. The central bank now doing secondary offerings, not primary offerings, now secondary offerings. We must reconcile these debt offerings to our national debt. We deserve to know how they are reconciled, as I noticed a more than $200 million Treasury bill offering in the paper today. And what is that for? PPPs, the landfill, with no disclosures to the House, Mr. Speaker. I almost forgot. We got flowers today. I just want to know, Mr. Speaker, so that I can explain to the people of Centerville why their homes cannot be repaired at this time, why their children are out of school, why their schools are substandard, why food is scarce, and why we must be careful how we vote in 2022. While there's consideration for increasing travel, while Cabinet has full family Medicare for themselves and their families, and we don't, why we cannot break this cycle, the cycle of visible, Mr. Speaker, and invisible poverty, the cycle of political disrespect. And without a doubt, Mr. Speaker, why can we not break the cycle of Bahamian decadence due to politics? As our women, Mr. Speaker, become more marginalized and discriminated against in the political and government workplaces. But we gave them flowers today. As the Equinor oil spill in Grand Bahama continued to ruin our fishing and farming industries, as the port continues to make Grand Bahamians not even second class, but third class citizens in our own country, as oil rigs channel its course through our waters, no word on oil legislation in order to preserve and protect our people, or to preserve and protect our fishermen and farmers. As the cancer of politics, Mr. Speaker, is now impacting fourth generation Grand Bahamians. But Grand Bahamians got flowers today. Politics gave us flowers today, Mr. Speaker, hoping we forget all those atrocities, all those land and concessions giveaway, all those hungry nights, all those political sweetheart deals and political generational cut-ups. Will we forget our brothers and sisters trekked through hurricane waters of Dorian? Will we forget being separated from loved ones with no one to be held accountable? Will we forget, Mr. Speaker, Hurricane Irma, Matthew, and of course, Dorian? They make us out, Mr. Speaker, to be suckers for punishment. But we got flowers today. The ridges of the political tamarind switch still visible, the bruising on the next generation unimaginable. But Mr. Speaker, we got flowers today. The next government, Mr. Speaker, will and must have competition law, legislate Bahamianization, and establish, like the law says, the sovereign will fund and manage our natural resources. Abaco and Grand Bahama, you paid the ultimate sacrifice. You have lost your sons and daughters, your brothers and sisters, and yet no mention of any law that holds authorities, us, accountable in the wake of a disaster. No mention of Equinor and the oil spill, no mention of legislative reform, no mention of government not following the law they themselves enacted, no mention of the destruction of our wetlands, the loss to our fishing and farming industries. We will know how well our country is doing when the political rhetoric changes. Look at Shanique Miller, a clear indication that our country is not advancing. Once in a while, God brings to our attention, Mr. Speaker, what he has been saying to us all along. And at some point, we better and will listen. The future is about how we treat people and how we treat each other. It's about knowing that victimization and non-meritocracy will not work. It's about real democracy. Continue to fight for what is right, for your children. Fight to rid this country of foolishness. And when you get there, like I would have said earlier, the Egyptians you see today, you will see no more. You will know how we are doing when the political distractions stop, when you can put money in your bank account and it ain't gone the next day. Yes, that is what this kind of politics is doing to us. Mr. Speaker, I heard the bell, so I will skip through. And let's go to the end. This year, thank you. We must prioritize Bahamianization, Mr. Speaker, at all costs. But we got flowers today. I am not saying the country doesn't need it. What Senator is saying is, what is in all of this borrowing for the Bahamian people? Senator don't need to be playing hide and seek. I see in the books where the money and how much of it has been allocated. We want to know what has been allocated to Centerville and the various constituencies. Mr. Speaker, it was, this weighed on me a lot. And so I called the IDB myself because I wanted to set up a meeting because I'm trying to understand the nature of this, of these loans, and why and what and when and who's responsible for monitoring it and making sure that the people feel the money that we're borrowing. I didn't get to speak with Ms. Daniela, the IDB rep, but I do have a call-in tour because Centerville needs to know. I need to go to Centerville, Mr. Speaker, to let them know exactly how I am representing them and what I'm doing to represent them. So, Mr. Speaker, like I said in my presentation a year ago, and I say often, democracy is the order of the day. And I would like to see these political parties exercise real democracy. Let the people choose who they vote for. And also, they need to practice some debates. Let the people get to know who is going to represent them. Look at the people's track record. Have you ever managed anything before? This government. This ain't no, accounting office with one staff. This government, 400,000 people. So, Mr. Speaker, no, I got more than one staff. I know I had one staff. I just didn't say account. I used accounting office instead of what I really want to say. So, Mr. Speaker, I await to hear the other members and the cabinet ministers with regards to their understanding of this supplementary appropriation and what it means to them. Because I don't know who else it would mean something to. And once they would have explained over the next couple of days, then Senate will make a decision, I guess, based on whether we understand, we get to the bottom of this, because it's more than half $1 billion, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sure you can understand. And my children, your children will have to pay for this for a very long time. And so I just want to be sure that what I vote for is on record. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your attention.
Thank you, Honorable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Pine Wood. Please, very good.
Thank you. What you were going to be.
I'm referring to.
This is such a fundamental endeavor. Just fundamental. And listening to Flowers over there so much, I began to say to myself that, Flowers is a double-edged sword. Valentine's is just a few days away, and if I take those same flowers, it could bring me a smile on my face and some good to my significant other, my wife. Or I could take those flowers to the grave of my little brother Antoine and rest on his grave who drowned. But the third part of the flower is, out of all the talk, the only one that's really suffering is the flower. Because once it's snipped, once it's disconnected from the root, it's dead. As a member of Parliament for Pinewood, and I don't like politics, but I believe in service. I don't believe politics is inherently bad. I believe that when I took up the mantle and asked for the vote of the people in my constituency and say I would represent them, it was a temporary marriage, meaning cycles of 5 years, for better, for worse. If they call politics a cesspool, then my job as an MP is to wade through that and find whatever kernels I could find for the good of my constituency. Not just stand up and just pontificate. There's a lot of good that is happening, but some of us seem to deliberately not want to have the ear to hear or the eyes to see. We wonder what this bill is, and it's simply, and some of the things that was raised about what is happening and where money is going and questions being asked, those things are still being addressed from the initial budget that was passed. And this, what we debated, is exactly what it says. It's a supplemental budget to address the needs, and particularly those things that was triggered by the events of Dorian. Yes, it may be near or in the area of half a billion, but what have we suffered in the last quarter? What are the cries of the people who, notwithstanding their anguish, and you cannot argue with their emotions. I don't argue with somebody's emotions. I sympathize with, I plead with, no matter what the logic is, no matter the logic of it still takes time to get to you, no matter the logic is that Rome is not built in a day, my compassion still goes forth with them, and I don't argue with their pain, but I don't let that stop the persistent effort to deliver and bring hope and help as is being done. Dorian has impacted not just those islands, but the very fabric of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The very fabric. I don't see how, from persons more qualified in accounting, some of the questions, unless it was just rhetoric, could see all the allocations clearly listed in the schedule. and it seems as if not a single government ministry is left untouched. When that happened, this government had to switch into a mode of fix it up, wear it out, make it do it out. We had to tighten bill, we had to, our belts, we had to allocate resources to rescue our people. And at the same time, hold true to our commitments. National insurance is getting money. Why? Because we still have people who are on unemployment, not planned and scheduled or predicted by regular attrition and loss of jobs that is standard, but by this catastrophic event. People who have lost everything got an injection of a few $1,000s immediately to help them, got advances, got bureaucracy removed so that they could claim unemployment benefit. All the floodgates of what could be done, whether perfect, whether exactly timely, was done. And this would not only continue to address the needs of our brothers and sisters in Abaco and Grand Bahama, but it also reinforced the ministries that had to become anemic to immediately address situations that we're dealing with in those islands. When Abaco and Grand Bahama got hit, Pinewood got hit. Centerville got hit. Centerville is talking about the flowers, but he's talking in the spirit of grief. Some of the best things that was outlined in the budget is for the over-the-hill area. Some of the biggest money that's being spent is in the over-the-hill area. Some of the strongest obligations is for the over-the-hill area. Maybe, if the battle was fought around the table. Because I'm going to represent my people, I'm not going to leave a position of leverage for a spot of convenience to be able to throw stones. I will stay around the table because I have an obligation to feed my children, and my children is the residents of Pinewood. And if I could serve them better being in the seat of governmental power, then that's where I would be, like it or not, until I can get them every piece of the pie that they deserve. I find it amazing, the rhetoric I've been listening to, and all the political rhetoric in particular. Notwithstanding Dorian, I must remind us that we are still suffering from the advent of Hurricane PLP. It's not a blame game. Let me show you the reality, Mr. Speaker. The reality is people are hurting, People are hurting. But it's interesting, just a week or so ago, I was listening to the airwaves, and they were saying that the Bahamas had moved in 2 years from the fourth highest, most expensive country in the world to the sixth. They moved from position 4 as the most expensive country to live in to the sixth. That didn't come from us. That shows progress. Before the advent of Dorian, for the first time in 20 years, the unemployment dropped below 10%. It was working. It was progress. We were seeing the changes. We were seeing the growth. We can't sit and constantly look at progress and ignore it and nitpick over the few things that have yet to come to pass and act as if there's no intention towards bringing them to pass. It is so easy for people to look at the negative, but why aren't we celebrating the announcement of possible thousands of jobs now about to happen in Grand Bahama? Why is that so hard to call right, wrong? Can't we look at the devastation? And immediately after the demonstration, we saw the Prime Minister got investors while the mud was on the ground and houses were filled with mildew, saying that they will stand fast to their commitments to their projects in these islands. That's leadership. Normally, when you mess up a product, people want to go bargain basement on you. But we see people expanding their investments in the islands. We see us stepping up to the plate. These things are clear and present. I sit and listen to Exuma over and over, and I noticed he hadn't been saying it. He didn't say it this go around. But the poor and suffering people of Ragged Island. But he ignored that in the budget passed, there was already allocated millions of dollars for the solarization of Ragged Island. And these things begin to happen and kick in. But before they say thank you or acknowledge, they will keep accentuating the negative.
It's the people's money now.
In the rally, and I'm gonna handle this point because these are some of the things that basically concern me. In the rally, and I've heard things said, and I think this is one of the truest admissions from the leader of the opposition, and I think it spoke very, very well. It spoke clearly of some things that he would not directly admit, but I think he had inadvertently admitted when he said the PLP is off the reef. He said the PLP is off the reef. The ship is off the reef. He said the hull is restored and it is stronger and it is seaworthy. He says off the reef. But the same person is here talking about us and our navigation of this country, where the evidence has shown very clearly that the country, though limping, has been moved off the reef by the new pilots that have been placed on board the ship of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And he said, and indirectly, he acknowledged, because the reality is, all governments in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas has either been a PLP-led government or an FNM-led government. The PLP party and the FNM party outside of government has never run a country. Follow what I'm saying?
Go ahead.
The FNM in opposition is not government.
Right.
The FNM in power is government. So what he was saying when he said the PLP is off the reef, he literally was unconsciously admitting that the PLP government had run the Commonwealth of the Bahamas on the reef. That's what they did.
And who took it off?
And he is indirectly admitting that the government, but he dropped the FNM side, is now off the reef. And because we're drifting away from the reef, now he wants to see credit to say that, now I am the leader of the shoes, but he failed to realize that he was the first mate on board that ship.
That's right.
That ran this country around. Being off the reef don't mean that we're going to be ship-shape immediately, It don't mean that we're going to actually be up to full steam ahead, But it means that we're better off than where we was.
Talk, man.
And that is irrefutable. Let me end on this point, because sometimes we get caught up so much with the negativity. I sat one evening driving home, and I listened I was listening on the airwaves when there was a lot of discussion at that time about the blackouts in BEC. And they were saying how the government has no plan, no vision, all the blackouts, everybody getting angry. I'm showing the message to the beginning, you may get angry, but don't ignore the facts. And then on the talk show, when it was being rebroadcast, saying how terrible it is, all the blackouts going on, then the host of the show had to pause to read an announcement. And guess what the announcement was that he had to read? It was a traffic announcement warning persons to avoid cable beats because the generators were being transported to BPL, Clifton Pier, to be installed. Then he went right back onto his show, running over the government has no plan or anything else. I was with a group of people and I told them, I said, guys, listen here, man. Do you know you don't just go to Walmart and buy these generators? So as tough as things was in this country, the government was planning ahead, and in the nick of time, although you were going through your problems, the solution was in your face. And as a Christian man, how can we say, look to the hills from whence cometh our help? And we have such a negative disposition, even in the midst of stress, to at least be able to look at God and say, to thank you, God. Why can't we say, Africa may be destroyed, cast down but not destroyed? Why we can say Freeport is cast down but not destroyed? Why cannot we not say that all the islands that are here today, we are our brother's keeper? The Bahamas is strong. Investment is like the stock market, The attitude that we project either will encourage investment or it will discourage investment. If we are only going to be the purveyors of doom and gloom, especially when the facts represent different, then there is a problem with our fundamental individual character and leadership. Let me tell you the importance of difference, you know. You know what the difference between you, Mr. Speaker, and this is a negative. Let me rephrase it. You know what the difference between me and a monkey is in science? 2%. 2% difference is between Darwin saying you came from a monkey or you as a child of God. 2%. Don't tell me change, it has to meet your high standard. Change is change. And it has been happening in the unemployment, in the level of confidence in people in terms of being employed, in investor confidence. So this budget that you see here today for me doesn't serve as an alarm. It serves as leadership doing what it must do on behalf of their faith and beliefs in Abaco, that if we invest in Abaco's recovery, Abaco will bounce back. Freeport will bounce back better and stronger, and they'll be able to contribute to the consolidated fund again and help us to get back on track to alleviate this debt. So maybe, just maybe we should turn these flowers into roses of Valentine and not dooms and gloom, and be able to look at our people in Centerville and look at them and say, listen here, over the hill development is coming. Your land value is increasing. The PLP is getting upset and calling it gentrification because your land is getting so high in value. The opportunity is there. Or maybe they should only celebrate simply because you're there and you're a progressive leader to encourage our people in the midst of doom and gloom that there's hope, there's opportunity, there's success. If I cannot uplift my people in Pinewood, I sure won't bring them down at my hand. Amen. If I can't encourage them in the midst of their lowest hour with truth and revelation, despite how they feel, what kind of a leader or parent will I be? This is our land. This is our country. Yes. The Bahamas is no longer on a reef. And I challenge anybody to prove that the government and the state of this country today is anywhere near it was when the PRP left office. There has been progress, irrefutable progress. And so this budget, no matter who is saying, but hurting the Bahamian people and everything else. If you're a parent or mother or father or preacher or anybody else, we understand that to get someplace, you got to invest. You got to sacrifice. This has to be done. You know, this has to be done. This has to be done. This has to be done. Let me answer the love question. Jesus said he leave the 99 and deal with one. Loving your children has to do with priority. Right now, Exuma don't need the love because Exuma is booming in tourism. Right now, Inago, though they have needs, don't need the love because Inago tourism, according to stats said by the minister, is up 600%. Right now, although every island still needs what was allotted in the first budget, we have a sick brother and sister in Freeport and Grand Bahama. Don't you dare, in the midst of a sick family member, say treat everybody equally. We divert what we need to help the one that's wounded. You know, I like being around my minister, you know, because he's a military man. He's a military man, he understands. Even a smart terrorist knows that any decent army will never leave his wounded behind. That's why they will wound the person rather than kill a person. Because the wounded person will slow everybody down because they will not leave a wounded soldier behind. So regardless of how they try to spill the beans, saying we neglecting over the hill or we neglecting that, whatever shift in anything is because we have a sick brother and sister. And we will refuse to abandon them. We will refuse to abandon them. Because decent people in decent country does not do that. We will go to those who Christ said while they were yet sinners, he came for them. So let's lift up a higher standard. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not about this. I'm closing. Mr. Speaker, this budget is not simply about numbers. This budget is about a government that is bending everything it can to meet the challenges of a strike against us that has struck us in the pocket almost $4 billion. This is us finding a way to get our people back up on their feet. This is us investing in the infrastructure. Don't you remember that when the hurricane hit, there was nothing in those islands, not even government, not even church. The only Jesus in those islands was in the heart of the people. The churches was gone. The government was gone. The food store was gone. Everything was gone. So I've been hearing something different. So let us understand. So let us understand. Don't raise that question. Don't raise that point. Don't raise it. I've been hearing different.
He's a victim, blind, but not you.
Hey, I'm not a victim. I'm not a victim. Everyone in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Everyone in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Everyone in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Everyone in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
Honorable members.
Everyone in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. You wrong. We are a country. You were not there. We are a country. I wasn't there. You wasn't there. We are a country.
Honorable members.
We are one country. We are one country. We are one country.
Honorable member for Pinewood.
One country.
Honorable member for Pinewood. Honorable member for Pinewood.
Respect this man. It wasn't we are one country.
We are one
Honorable members. Honorable members, it is hereby ordered that the business of this House be suspended for 10 minutes.
We are one country. One baptism. We are one. One country. Cool down over here now.
Honorable members. Honorable members, I wish to take this opportunity after, in my estimation, such despicable behavior by our honorable members. I believe it sets a poor example for the younger people in our nation when we as leaders in our nation refuse to respect the rules and the authority, particularly vested in the chair, and to bring this institution into disrepute by your behavior. And I want to put every member on notice that as long as I'm sitting in this chair, any such behavior in the future, you will leave out of here in handcuffs by the authority of the police. You will be taken out of this place. I will not permit this institution to be pushed to that level of disrespect, disrepute. We need to uplift our people by our very behavior. I expect an apology from both members of Parliament, the member for Pinewood and the member for Golden Isles. Before we suspend tonight, I expect an apology at this moment. The chair recognizes initially the member for Pinewood.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, in that regard. Your point is noted and duly accepted. My apologies for the point in the moment, which I was stating one point. We are one people. That is all I said. Regardless of what else was hurled around me, which I think should be an apology to me, who was saying I was up in the intestine of people, my 1 point. So I unconditionally, to you, sir, apologize, because in my statement of us being one, I did not register the speaker until someone physically said the speaker, and then I sat. So I apologize to you because I did not register. My refrain was simply one thing, and I stand on that wholeheartedly and soul, sir, that when it comes down to us hurting, when it comes down to us being under attack, there is no PLP, there's no FNM, there's no Haitian Bahamian, no French Bahamian, just Bahamian. And so I have to just very briefly, that if everybody in the room happens to be injured, the one healthy person has the duty of care. So don't tell me
Honorable member.
it's more. So that was just me, one people, sir.
Thank you.
And
Thank you
I'll do
very
the
much,
contribution
Honorable
later.
Member. Your apology is registered and accepted. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Golden Isles.
Mr. Speaker, I should like to sincerely apologize to you and indeed to the entire country. But Mr. Speaker, maybe in the future I'll just excuse myself from the House, but a man can only take but so much. And I had an overflow, and maybe it was expressed in the wrong manner. So for that, I humbly apologize.
Thank you, honorable members. Honorable members, we are, as members ordained in the gospel, we are evenly yoked. And that is why, honorable members, I called on you two gentlemen in particular because of the level of respect that I have for you in this community. And I know both of you well enough to know that both of you, your hearts are good and you mean to do the right thing. And so that's why we needed to correct that situation immediately. Honorable member for Pinewood, you have another 10 minutes and 22 seconds. Are you prepared to continue?
Yes. Let me just reiterate as wholeheartedly as I can through you, Mr. Speaker. We can only get through this as one Bahamas. When our tax money goes in that consolidated fund, it is no longer Seabreeze, Kalani, Elizabeth, it's the consolidated fund. Wherever I am in the world, a Bahamian is my brother. If I'm angry with you at home and I block you in Miami, we ain't mad. It's me and you against the world. I'm sorry if that's how I brought up with, but that's my nino, that's my way. And I don't change for that for nobody. A positive example, Mr. Pangridge, when you can check your phone. I call my colleagues during the storm. I follow up with them during the storm. Touch base with everybody, PFP, F&M. Because to me, those things have limits. There are places for that distinction. When we fighting for the life and the sovereignty of this country, me personally, I don't want to hear PLP or F&M. Show me the right or wrong, but acknowledge right and acknowledge wrong. Don't just show a man all he doing wrong. And in the context of there is nothing right. That is wrong. That is wrong. You don't do that to anyone you're trying to encourage. That is wrong, period. So one thing was said and reframed in our mind, that those islands aren't those islands. That's why I hate when I did not like when they started to call them our islands. I was happy when they revisited and came back to family of islands. I don't have to know you in Freeport. I know Freeport is a part of us. That's a part of me. I have yet to go to Inagua. Do I have a craving for it? And if something happened in Inagua, I have to consider that's who I am. And quite frankly, I am happy that I wasn't there when the storm hit because I am here safe to go to the rescue. So there's no lack of sympathy or anything else, but Thank God that there are some parts of the engine that is still running, that the laborers have to limp along to rescue the 2 engines that have been hit. That's all I'm saying. And when we give money to them, I'm not looking at it as a favor or charity. I'm looking at it as me. I'm looking at it as we. We have a duty of care to every single island. That's why I said they may not be hurting as much, but I know they still have problems. But the priority now is there. So if I have to take a little hit, if I have to go through a little bit of discomfort, if I have to give up a gallon of my water to send some down to Abaco or Andres, that don't make me special. That just makes me a brother. That just makes me Christian.
Yes.
I don't want my brothers to be like the rich man saying, just dip your finger in water and send it down to me. I want to let them know I freely give. Because when I get hit, I want to freely receive. I've said in this house before, it's about reciprocity. Treat Abaco and Grand Bahama the way you expect New Providence to be treated if the storm had hit us. Treat Abaco and Grand Bahama like you would want to be treated if you're home at you. So it may seem hard, but we are policies that must be reasonable and fair across the board. It may not be all you want, but we must think that once we set an example here, it must stand throughout, and we're coming into another hurricane season weeks away. So this budget debate is not about numbers for me. I think few of it, because it's so clearly and simply laid out, should be more of an issue, shouldn't be an issue. This one is really, really personal. The islands got hit so hard that there was no seat of government. So with that, Mr. Speaker, find with rest and encourage our Bahamian people to remember, man, beyond your differences, beyond the election rhetoric, fine, in 2.5 years or whatever, go vote what you want. But I'm asking you in the meantime, let's stay focused on being our brother's keeper. Let's have a duty of care. Let's look at it this way. As long as we're helping our people, let's do no harm. Let's do no harm. Now, if you want to come at me as an FNM, okay, fine, let's do that. But I'm asking you that if I'm helping my brother, let me do that. In the Civil War, with the nurses in the field, in the battlefield, even the soldiers would say, don't shoot the one with the cross on the band. As long as we are doing something that is going to positively impact those islands, let's not with our tongues or our actions try to do anything to derail anything that will be a positive benefit to our brothers and sisters who are hurting in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And to everybody else, we have not forsaken our duties towards you. We had to make a slight adjustment. We're coming back around to it. And I guarantee with all hands on deck, and that was just said, all hands on deck, that this country will turn around much more swiftly. Can we sometime just rise above the rhetoric? Make it a joke. But when it comes down to helping each other, that ain't no joke. When it comes down to that flag and that coat of arms, that shuts everything up. We all salute. We all sing. We all say that's our example. When it comes to the people called Bahamian, again I say there's no Haitian Bahamian. There's no Jamaican Bahamian. You get that passport, you are a Bahamian. And you owe a duty of care and loyalty to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And with that, time would rest.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? The chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Bamboo Town.
Mr. Speaker, I'll just stand to reserve the time for Monday. And I do also move, Mr. Speaker, at this point in time that the House does suspend until Monday, the 17th of February, 2020.
Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the business of this House do suspend until 10 a.m. Monday, the 17th of February. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those who oppose would stand. Final adjournment. Correction, suspension. The business of this House stands suspended until Monday, 10 a.m., 17th of February, 2020.
All right.